Iam Canadian A just resubbed for 61 months. Hello, ole how are you oi?
I made a couple friends last night. Woke up to see the sun.
Guys, I love that song. It's really grown on me. 5 years is crazy. Tate, how are you, doll? Hello? Holy guacamole! Hello? Hello, doll. Thank you so much for 61. That is redonkulous. Thank you, doll. That's really lovely. I'm wearing my lucky cat vest today because look at him. That's Mimi. And Mimi was really cute this morning. I'm good, doll. Just busy, but it's slowing down, kind of, but not really because I'm just streaming a lot. But at least I'm not traveling anymore. I can just stop. What have I joined? What have you joined, doll? I don't know. Me starting stream? Nothing crazy. Me and my cat. Me and my cat shirt. But thank you, Tay. I appreciate it. Leo for your lurks as well. And Sully for your streak. Thought the accent was staying? No. No, imagine. No. I do feel like my, I don't know if this is a thing or not. But I do feel like when I stream for like, this is my 10th day in a row, which I'm loving, by the way. But when I do like 10, 11, 12 days in a row, I find my voice gets a bit croaky. So it could be that. Even though I was putting on an accent before. Finally got Skyrim on sale today. Oh, yes. Skyrim is on the list. A Cockney accent there, dear. Oh. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I do love a bit of Cockney accent play. How was Japan? Never asked. It was great. It was fucking amazing. Oh, wait. Granny, hold. I'm ready. Did you want to do gnome? Then DBD or DBD then gnome? I know she's going to say gnome. The tiny cars were crazy. The convenience stores were crazy. I just love Japan so much that I want to go back desperately. You know what I mean? I can't wait to go back in the future. It was so cool. I love Japan. I think it's my favorite country. Loved it. It was amazing. Everything I ate was brilliant. So gorgeous. I love it over there. Bloody love it. See what Graham wants to do. I think she's going to say gnome. But I did offer... I can't believe this is out. God, I love this, guys. We played this for 8 hours yesterday. Improvement, added cheat room. Cheat door unlocks at night when stores at level 20. Cheat door. Wait, what's the cheat door? Oh my god. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, so good. I'm so excited. Steam Spring Sale. Oh, okay. Hey.
Hello?
Hey, girl. When are you going to start this bit?
I've been thinking about those gnomes.
All right, we can play gnome. Did you want to play DBD at all today?
We could. It depends how much gnome stuff we do because last time was so fun.
Yes.
And when I got the bouncy shoes, the game really changed. And I didn't get to play it much.
No, I think we can play most of it. I just thinking about your hours, doll. Have you done your hours this month?
Well, I meant to play it yesterday.
And that wasn't your fault.
But then the system went down.
Yeah.
So I was thinking if someone asks me, I'll be like, oh, I have a note from the doctor.
No, so fair.
You know what I mean? I'll be like, remember that day where it went down? I It was the one day that I could do it.
Yeah, yes, I understand. Well, listen, we'll see how we go with gnomes, because an hour at the end, you know, you could do. But if you're
And also,
obsessed, I get it.
There's a new update on DBD anyway.
Yeah, the map is really, really cool.
They added
Yes.
the new
The new survivor has really cool perks.
Oh, he did. Oh, yes, I logged on yesterday to look. They look good, and I heard Trickster. What was that?
Sorry, keep going.
What was what?
Don't worry, keep going.
What?
It was very streamer of you. Yes, I saw that. It looked really good. Sorry.
Have you ever watched RuPaul's Drag Race?
Yes, of course.
Where they
We
edit
watched
the
together, bitch.
shit? Where they edit the hell out of them talking?
Yes, and it's
Be
different
like, I am
audio.
so excited to be on season 9 of
Yeah.
RuPaul's Drag Race, doing
Yes.
the Maxi Challenge.
Yes, it's so funny. It's so funny. Okay, great. So we'll start with gnomes, and then we'll see if we can pry your hands away for some loops. Because the new map is fun.
The bouncy shoes.
The new
Because
map is good.
I just, you know when you do like some kind of thing in a game and it's so fun and then you can't stop thinking about it?
No, I know. I keep begging other people to play, and they're like, no,
Bouncing
it's...
around as a gnome?
I know, because it's demo. Like, imagine when this is full release.
Well, I haven't felt that way since, let me tell you.
Oh, God.
The Dreamcast version of Sonic the Hedgehog Adventures, and there's a level where you play as Knuckles, and you can
Oh.
glide around and stick to walls. I remember playing that for the first time going, oh, I don't think I want to do anything else.
Fair. You
Ever.
should play the game I was playing yesterday, though. I think you'll really enjoy it. I can't stop thinking about that one. I played
What
8
game
hours
was
straight.
it?
Rewind, VHS, what is it called? Retro Rewind. Sorry.
Oh my god!
sorry.
Calm down.
Sorry, Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator.
Oh yes, one of those sim slap games.
Yes, but it's a good sim slot game. I swear, this is the one to play. This is the one to play, I swear. And we also got to play Super Battle Golf together. Because I
Every
think...
time I see one, I'm like, oh, another one.
No,
but they're so fun.
No,
They're
I
so
swear.
fun.
This one's the best one. And then also Super Battle Golf will be funny. Because it's basically like Wii Sports, like Wii Golf, but you can shoot each other and like fight each other to the hole.
Oh,
It's really cute and fun.
I'm sorry, fight over the hole?
You heard me, bitch.
Oh my god. A hole we're fighting for!
We're fighting. Okay,
Remember
I'm going...
Mulan?
I... Yes. Okay, I'm going to... I'm going to invite you. You're not online, but I've invited you. And then
What
call
did
me
you
on
do?
call me on Discord. And then
I'm not over my joke.
and then call me. And then mute on Discord. And we're gonna use voice chat. But we will use the Discord if we're dead and we want to tell each other we're dead. Are you
No,
good?
all of Colin knows you're here.
Alright.
Okay, I'm coming in.
Okay. I'm closing this.
Okay.
Okay. She's in a mood. Zayla, hello. Ray, Aaron, Freedom, Mickey, Jay, Lexi, Bliss, Abby. Did I say hi to Mickey? Hello. Sorry, we're in a giggly mood. I'm also so tired, guys. I feel like I haven't got a lot of sleep this week, but I'm so happy to be here. So if I seem a bit weird, it's purely because I'm just like, I'm tired. Oh, here she is. Hello.
Oh my god, I forgot how to talk.
Oh, okay.
Am I talking?
Yeah, you are.
Your little girly voice coming out of this fucking gnome is so funny.
Your little Scottish fuck-ass voice out of this gnome is cute as.
I wish this guy spoke.
He does, with his uvula. Look at this.
Carla,
Yes?
the way you ran.
Yeah, the running is how you run. That's how I picture you run around your hobbit home. Getting ready in the morning.
Oh, I'm going to be late.
I'm going to be late to the ball, the gala, the gala.
The game.
Hi, Max. Hi, Cammy. Thank you for your streets. How are you? Ooh. Alright, Granny's obsessed with this game, guys. I love it too, but she is obsessed. Remember when you thought your gnome was another person? Because I do.
Oh my god, remember that?
You're like, girl, there's someone in the lobby. The call's coming from inside the house. Gather gravel, tase a human, shoot a roach, flush a knife down the toilet, steal lotion, cosmetics, or cream. Great.
God, this is hard. What the fuck?
Gravel is wood, stone, paper, organic materials. Ray, Mickey, Max. Okay. Okay.
I forgot how to.
Right click. Or we can get that
Right
book
click.
straight out.
Oh, straight it. Oh,
Can you pass me the book?
you know how to read?
Yeah. Give me
Let me
that.
pass you another baby.
Yeah, baby.
Wait, honestly, I could go grab some more stuff.
Okay. Bob's got it. Wait, Cammy, huh? How? Is Twitch being weird again? Did you have it yesterday?
Fighting for.
No. What does it say? Girl.
Okay, Kat, you ready?
Yeah. I'm gonna need you to jump on that Oh, got it? Oh no, I don't. Yep, got it. Nice.
Oh my god! Wait, I'll get a bottle.
Okay. Be careful, he's coming. Be careful. Okay, nice. Guys, I can't stop thinking about that VHS game. I can't. I was gonna set my stream if I didn't hang in a stream.
Do you think I can lift this?
Do you see me, bold man? Yes, you do. Okay. You okay? Gamey, it tells me to stay by street even if I didn't hang in a stream. What? Oh my god. I want to save Gran so bad. Gran, I'm trying to get you.
Yes, baby, I'm in the oven.
How do you get the oven? Oh wait, got it.
Oh, baby, it was horrible. I'm burnt to a crisp.
Here you go, baby.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I gotta go find the bathroom.
He's coming.
Oh, bitch, she's coming.
Gran's going through it. Girl,
Are you okay?
are you good?
I think it's safe.
Okay. I can't wait for this full game.
You coming out of the cupboard?
We need toilet. Open the door, pussy. Oh god. How do we
I
get to
can't
the...
find any way to get shit out of here.
Can we get to the bathroom?
I think it's in here.
Oh no.
We may have to go out a window.
Okay. Hi, pig. How are ya, Pookie? He'll slash. Oh, a rat, a rat, a rat. Oh. Girl, a rat just killed me in the other room we were in.
No!
You can CPR me or go to the the purple ball. Punch and burrito! What are you guys doing tonight? Hi, Elle. How are you, doll? Cammy, I'm sorry about that streak, by the way. That sucked. I hope something happens and it's just not true. I know we can always build it back up, but still. Oh, hi, alien. Good to see you, doll. I think my voice is a bit gone. What the hell? We have very long arms, but they're good. Girl, you better run, girl.
Bitch! Why is he coming out the front fucking door? Oh my god! No! No!
Oh!
What?
You got by the cat.
Oh my god! Wait, that round was cursed because all of our objectives were horrible.
True, we gotta go again. Driving all day. Oh, doll. It's time to relax, babe. That sounds lovely. Max relax for all of you. Do you want to drive me all day? What in the pincer maneuvers? Honorable cat death. We simply go again.
I really feel like that was rigged. Like, what the fuck were those objectives? Do something!
I'm dying. Ta-ta!
Girl, I was like, oh.
Girl. Like IRL? Yep. How cute.
Oh my god.
We simply go again. Ta-ta! I'm off to the beauty salon. Yeah, our objectives were hard. Darling Shadow.
Into the unknown.
Oh, wow, wow. Alien. What the hell? Oh, we're wobbling. My ass is shaking. Thank you, Alien. That's so kind.
Alien Bound has gifted 6 subs. Naughty boy.
That is super, super kind. Thank you so much for that. What the hell? Wobbling at 9:02 a.m.? I'll be taking that. We'll wobble. Missed that wobble? Thank you so much. Never too early for it. You right. I really appreciate that though. Thank you. What the hell? Oh fuck, not the cat. Not the mouse. Are you joking me? Can I have some CPR, bitch? I'm right there.
You
The mouse got
dying?
me. The mouse got me again.
Mouse? Breathe! Breathe!
Thank you.
Oh my god. Tragic.
Tragic. So I'm gonna see if the
Who was
taser's
the
in
mouse?
here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he's
here.
naked. He has his cock out. taser rat. Now I gotta get a rat. Do I kill him? Woo! Um. Oh, he's getting it. He's getting it. Yep. He's shaking that torso. Damn. Okay, King. Sure. I can't wait for Gran to see this. She has no idea I just killed him. She has no clue I just killed a man. Speaking of wobble, true. Killer, I'm so sorry. I can't help that I'm goated. Although, now we're gonna have the evil gnome outside. Where did you put the taser? Break the television, steal a frying pan, taser rat, cause an explosion. He still has explosions around? Mama! Just killed a man.
Carla, there are evil gnomes in the house. Do not trust them.
Oh wait, that's because I killed the man. My bad. In the house. Of course, Killer. You would be surprised.
My bitch poses.
Nasty. Where's that gnome bitch? I'm gonna get him.
There's one in the. Oh my god!
Ah! This bitch nasty!
Ooh!
Come and get me, loser. Come and get me, bitch. I can do this all day, loser. Come on, bitch.
Lope the killer! Oh.
Oh, there you are. Oh, he's coming. Oh my god, wait. Oh god.
The dance you're doing, I can't.
Oh my god. Hi, Connie. Sorry. How are you, Dom? Damn it, where did you go? Oh no. I'm good. Just being a little sweat on this game with Gran. So anything from the dining room? Okay.
Girl, how do you have a fork stuck to your foot?
Girl, I can do anything.
You can do
Apparently.
anything you want to do.
Alright, I'll try and get you back. Fake illness. Get a good family doctor. Wait. Hold.
Thank God I'm alive.
You're
I've got
alive.
so much to do.
Alright, we gotta steal shit.
Steal a frying pan. Break the television. Why is there a gherkin on the deck? Who's put this here?
Hey, let's go close the door a little bit. Come in. Okay. Evans, hello. Back door, hello. Sorry, I'm so distracted. I want to beat this fool.
Because you've trapped him outside.
Is he there or you just... Oh. Okay, we trapped him. Yeah, steal that frying pan. Gonna get... Oh, nice. Wait, what is this? Go. Take this spoon, will ya? I gotta get another one.
Another one.
Take that. Take that out the door for me. I'll grab another one. And that's 3 tasks. We can go. I forgot it was St. Paddy's Day this year. My bad. Yes. So you can either get CPR. Or you get, like Crow said, resurrected in the base outside.
Give me that spoon. I'm gonna follow that tune.
Alright. Well, sometimes you're dead and you just have to get the mushroom base. The CPR does look like a hump, I'm not gonna lie to you. But it is funny. I know the knife's there. We need a tase though. We could try killing the gnome. But I think it's a bit risky. He's quite strong. This is the way. This is not technically the. Uh-oh. The mouse is gonna get me. Never mind. I'm back. It's not the morning stream technically, David, but it is morning for me. How are you, doll? Girl? I can't get up. Oh. Girl!
The Roomba! Oh my god, Mom, it was terrible.
Girl, let's just go. We have 3.
This book.
Unless I can get the taser or the... Because I found the taser, but he picked it back up.
Oh, where did it go?
I don't know. Let's see if the grenade's in here. No. That's right, let's just go.
We've locked the little gnome out. Is that what we're doing?
Okay, we have to make a run for it. I'll go first. I don't know where he is. Oh, good.
Let's go.
We'll take it, girl. We'll take it.
We're going.
Let's go. Puffin, I'll never be annoyed, babe. How are you? Hello, girl. Oi.
We stole so much stuff. Do we get extra for stealing?
Yeah, because we still... I don't know if we can craft anything yet, but that's why I try to steal everything so we can craft stuff. We can make the spring shoes.
Oh!
And we can make a pickaxe. Damn it, Puffin, damn it. How are you, doll? I'm good as long as I can find reason smart. And you have many, including looking in the mirror, babe.
I bought the spring shoes.
I can tell. Boing. I can get the pickaxe. Oh, no, I can't. 2 additional slats. Alright, let's go.
Now
Oh, fuck, I have 2 pickaxes. Oh, I thought I didn't have any. That's funny. Okay, I accidentally bought 2 pickaxes, so you can have one. Whoopsies. My bad. Wait, this is really good, Gran. Pick this up. Pick this up here. You can smash an object and get the raw materials out of it.
Oh yeah, we did this last time.
Yes, I forgot that I didn't realize I bought 2. My bad.
Bounce on it crazy style.
What do we have? Blow up a human. Flush an item down the toilet, easy. Item from hallway, easy. Break any item, easy. We've already broken an item? What? Gather plastic stuff. I'm gonna go to the toilet. You love these boots. You're on the roof? Gran, can you hear me? Be careful though. Someone did kill themselves by smashing their head on the roof.
Oh!
Bouncing.
Not good.
So be careful, girl. Okay, we need to blow up the human. Oop. You need to flush that. Nice. Blow up human. Closed head injuries tend to be pretty serious. True. I found it, Gran. I found it.
What did you find?
Check this out. I'm gonna blow him up. Oh fuck.
Oh!
I didn't blow him up.
Oh my.
I timed it wrong. That's alright. All we gotta do is steal stuff. Whoopsies. My bad. Yeah, I wanted to go a little kamikaze though. It's alright. Damn, this one's hard. Damn. I wonder if they spawn in another grenade if you miss. Oh, she's alive. I can hear it. Okay. Okay, so Plasto, steal any item from hallway. Yep, okay. Girl! Oh, wait. Am I getting flushed down the toilet? The toilet? Yes. That's pretty good. That's not bad. All right. We just gotta steal from the hallway. These toilet drains in the backyard. Wait, now that you say that, that is kind of crazy. I didn't even look at it like that. Hello? No, Ray, that's so funny. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. Does it block him from coming in? Nope. You'll never get this. Okay. Well, I can do this, kinda. No. I could smash the roach too. I just wish I had a roach thing that I needed.
Guess how I died?
How did you die, bitch?
I hit my head on the ceiling. I was
Oh!
trying to get on a shelf and I exploded.
I feel glad that I warned you. At least.
I know. No, okay. I don't know if I like the bouncy shoes anymore.
Really?
Well, you know what?
Hi,
I just need to
Josh.
be careful.
Them roaches.
Honestly, I'd rather die in a fire than see my report.
Okay. Wait, you didn't die. You were roasted. Alright, listen. Note to self, do not kill the roach.
What did the roach do?
Well, I just thought I could kill it with a pickaxe,
Roach
but
kill you?
there was three on me. There was 3 on me, girl.
Okay, this time we have it.
Yes. Or just grab me water bottle.
Water bottle! What? Right, well, what have we got here? Travel through the system? Bathroom, plasto, stab a roach, taste. Oh, this is good. Okay. You just got to find the tap, don't you?
Looking at my gnome crotch. My gnomussy. Imagine she's dead this whole time. Wait. Well, that wouldn't be good. I hope not. Oh, cool. Plasto. Stab a roach. Oh, no. We're stabbing a roach again. My arch nemesis. Uh-oh. My arch nemesis. We need a knife. And a taser. Her. bending over. Now's my time. Now's my time.
Hello.
Hello, girl. We need plaster, which you're getting. Amazing.
Oh.
Oop.
I fell. Follow that tune.
Hello, Kyle.
Did you?
How are you?
Where did it go? Oh, it's
In the toilet.
Is it toilet?
Okay. Okay, cool. We just need more plaster. Do you reckon the taser's in the child's room? That'd be funny. Oh, I'm stuck. Uh-oh. 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 I seem to have got myself stuck. Granny! There we go. Oh. I seem to be stuck in the child's thing. Great. Lukey, I need a step gnome. You're right. Gran? Gran? I need him to come to me. Gran? Oh, at least we're safe. Gran, help!
Where are you?
Okay, so I'm stuck in here. So we need to somehow kill me or get him to grab me.
I miss you.
I just really want to...
You were really stuck in there.
I know.
Wait, what if you pull so hard on me that your arms come off and then you slip out?
Oh, this is good. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh, no. Oh, yes. Wow. Thank you. I really want to see what's in this drawer. Is there anything in here? Probably not. Probably no. Massive brain, Trish. And wisdom. Okay. Stabber roach, taser human. Technically, we could get the stabby going, but we need to get to... Oh. Okay, that was really lucky. There's a roach. Uh oh. I don't know how that worked. I think this demo is us finding out what you can and cannot do. How do I get... How do I get on top here? there's no release date, Killer. Unfortunately. I would hope and assume soon. Because they can see that people are liking it. Oh. But that might be wishful thinking. Good question. I don't know when the demo came out. Can I open this one? I feel like I'm so close. I feel like Granny's dead. Fuck off. I heard a cat. What the hell? Okay, I don't know how to get this knife. Sometimes knives do spawn in here though. But so do they. Summer 2026. Oh, okay. It's so easy to stab yourself though with this. I won't lie to you. Stab a roach.
Oh, she's not playing around.
Oh. Exhibit A. The amount of times I've sliced myself with the knife is crazy.
The way you sliced your legs, then fell into it? Oh my god. She was playing around. Hold on, because last time we played this, we got to like 3 rounds in a row.
I think we can. I think we... You know what we need to do? Once we get to 3, we just gotta go.
Great. I don't know. Yeah, no, because you
Like,
do the
unless...
easy ones.
Oh, wait, we passed. I just realized.
Wait, we did?
Yeah, because we... Like, we lose some points because of dying, but we still got the 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have Lukey. I love it. I'm trying to convince Gran to look at it today together, but... Fair enough, she is addicted to this game. I have seen it, Josh. Yes.
Oh.
I'm excited. I'm playing this other sim after this that I'm obsessed with though. It's you own your own VHS store. It's so cool. All right, let's go.
Let's go.
I am very excited. Rewind. It's called Retro Rewind. It's even better than that one, Killer. This one's so cool. If you're still here in a couple hours, I will be playing it. It's the best.
No.
I did 8 hours of it yesterday straight. Oh, easy.
Right.
Okay, flush knife, break the towel, steal a
glass
towel, steal a glass jar.
Tile,
Easy.
Television. Flush knife down toilet.
Easy. Steal a towel. Alright, don't. Rewind 69. Yum. What are you doing with the television?
What are you doing with the television?
That reminds me of you. That movie.
I only ever seen that movie once, and I remember so many lines. Remember that woman in the shop? I saw you. You was all up in my goodies.
No.
Yes.
Girl. I miss Blockbuster 2. I'm really excited to play it. Guys, I played one game of Ark last night. and I was trying to get bombardier points, so I managed to put a deadline on the bombardier, and everything was going really well. I ran into some people, I was a bit scared, and then I got down by Ark at the extraction. And you know when you do the extraction and the vent opens? I'm not even kidding. I was bleeding out at the extraction, and I saw someone. I was like, "Can you just stabilize me?" And a second, not even a second, a split second before the game was over and I would have extracted, I died. I was so upset because I just had the trial points lined up. Mrs. Doubtfire. I think she does get that a lot. But Mrs. Doubtfire is cool, so... Good night, Cammy. I appreciate you. I'll see you next time. Hey girl, do you want to go on the sink and I'll pass it to you?
Okay, yeah, let me go Whoa!
What was that?
Oh,
What the fuck? What was that?
excuse me.
Girl, let me see. What's in there?
Did you see that? Carla?
What was that?
I don't know. It just flew.
Here, wait. You ready?
Hey, pass me that towel, love.
Let's get another one while we're here. Help is on the way, dear. Save one of those small items in the sink for the flushing.
The great flashing.
Yeah. Oh, Evans. Got that new stuff.
Stealing all the makeup.
I'm gonna flush this. Hopefully
Oh
trick
my
shot
gosh,
it.
look at the size of that. No, because let me go in the sink then. Hold on, you can pass it over. I'm gonna chuck it out window.
Nice.
Right.
Alright, I only need one more. Steal a glass jar.
He's coming.
Turd burglars? No? What's that? I want to steal the toilet paper. You read my mind. That's why I jumped in the toilet.
Hello? Oh.
Alright, we just need to break the television. Steal a glass jar. What are you doing with the television? Okay. We could kill him as well, but we need... We need weapon. And the... Oh, can we move this maybe? Yeah, there is... There will be a grenade or a gun. So it's just finding that. We've killed it. We've killed him with a grenade and a gun before. It would be cool to make Grandpa an actual person one day, but it might get a bit too sweaty. But imagine if this was actually a player. Stop gnome gun violence. I agree. I can't believe how much fun that simulator was. Maybe you could do like a... You could choose whether you just want an AI character or a human. Alright, nothing here. Ooh, puffin' cute. What's it called? It is more fun when you get used to this game. Uh-huh.
Carla!
Missed! Oh wait, out the door. Throw me out the door. Yes! Huge. Front door open. Yippee! Thank you, kind sir. Whee! That's huge. The front door opens huge. We didn't kill him, but we tried. And now the front door's open, which makes it easier for us.
Girl, where's the gun? Oh, 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 oh.
Ah! Okay, fair. Damn it. Girl, put me back. Oh, what's in here? Is that money? Oh, it's a rat trap. Very sparkly and... Oh! Tangy TD. Oh, wait, I heard about this. I think I saw the creator talking about it. Yeah. Red Bull's cracked. I think he has the gun now. Maybe. He did chase us out. All we need to do is break the television or steal a glass jar. Yeah, Puffin, which I thought was very sweet. You know? Oh, there's the gun. I've had some toast. I've had some toast, so not empty stomach, but I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, throw it at him, girl.
Oh.
You got this.
Do you want to shoot him too, or no?
Well, I can try, but I don't know how many bullets are left in here. We can try. Just don't press E until he's in front of you. I just don't know if he's... Oh, he's coming. He's coming. I'll get out of your way. Oh. Okay, it's out. Oh, it's out. Okay. Just leave. We have three. We have three. Just leave. Just leave, babe. Just leave. Run and leave. He's trying to tickle Grant's booty on sushi. How are you, doll? Yeah, that sounds cute. Hi, Morena. How are you, doll? Gran laughing. Gran always giggles when the guy's around.
To be real. Got to be real.
I need to inject a Red Bull. I agree with you, doll. Eh. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. I'm a bit sleepy this morning too, myself. I won't lie to you.
Carla?
Can you press the... Where am I?
Carla?
Maybe I'm coming out of the mouth soon. Ugh.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, girl.
I missed you.
Hey, Pookie.
Oh my god, I missed you.
Oh my god.
So we got how many?
You got 3.
Oh, what can we make?
Give us 2, no. Give us 2. I want to open the doors.
We're a native
2,
New
2, 2, 2, 2.
Yorker.
Yes. Hand it over.
You should know the
I've got the
score
gloves now. Oh, girl.
You're
I've got
a
the-
native New Yorker.
I've got the
Oh my
gloves
goodness.
now. We can open the doors.
Open the door.
Let's go.
I'm a native New Yorker.
Wait, we're lasting long.
We're doing good now.
Eh. I gotta convince Gran to show her some of the DBD map. But she's so obsessed with this game. Fair enough. I am too. But I'm so excited to play that VHS game. I can open the front door. Taser rat. Shh. I open the front door.
Person over here.
Open the front door. She wants cigarettes.
She wants what?
She wants a cigarette. We can
Are
get
you
that.
kidding me?
No, it says that.
Oh my god.
You run your own VHS
We have
store.
to go find one
It's
for
really
her.
good. It's a great. It's very relaxing. It's nothing like crazy. It's very chill. Alright, gather scrags. Travel through sewage system. Can food. Break any food. Break anything. Is there any plates up there?
There he is. You want me to break it?
Yeah, break that bitch. Yep.
Oh, I broke that shit. I'll tell you what. Oh lord.
Frots. Hello, doll.
Put your ass away, child!
Hello, my love.
Just
How are you?
subscribed.
He threw
Oh,
open
hey.
that door with
Oh, hey. I was thinking about. Oh shit. I was thinking about Red Dead Online yesterday. I was like, God. Those were the days. How are you, doll? Good to see you. Just a little bit of porn. I do have adult films. Oh no, I'm being taken inside. Close the door on him. Close the door on him. Yeah. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, yeah, squash him.
Oh,
Yep. He's gonna throw me now, I think. No, he's not.
bitch.
That was
Oh
close.
my god. Tried.
Flush me down the toilet, pussy, I dare you. Oh, he's opening the bathroom. That's kind of good. Does this count as flushing sewerage system? Yeah, it did. Scrags. We need scrags. We need scrags. Oops. Clear tooth. I got jump scared by the chat when it popped up. I got something to show you, something cheeky. What happened? What'd you do? Uh-oh, this is gonna be good. Scrags. I don't think we can steal pillows, right? Let me see. Well, you can still decorative. I don't know about those pillows. We can try. No, you can't. Oh shit. What, it was easier for you, my love? I can't even think what this is. What did you do? Why am I nervous? Oh my god, kid! Thank you for the combos, doll. That's really lovely. Is this kind of scrag? It's fabric. Oh, it sounds like wood, actually. Is there a window in here? Oh yeah, there is. Okay. Because I don't think this can be flushed. Unless I'm wrong. I'm assuming not. It's a full bear. Oh. I did flush the whole bear. Okay. I don't know if that counts as scrags or not. We'll see. Probably not. We need the pillows here. Oh, okay. What the hell? When did this happen? Wait, that's kind of a vibe and suits you. When did you make that decision, Diva? Hello? Oh, is Gran dead? Diva boots. How time flies. I know, my Shire boy. How time flies. Live against this old man. I just need to make shmoney. Still canned food. Oh, I do have to remember I do have the gloves. How can I still scrag? There's no pillows. Faithy? What the hell? Faithy, thank you. Kid, thank you. Okay, combo. 5.5. Holy shit. Hell yeah. You finally did the thing. Ooh. Yeehaw. Thank you, doll. That's really nice. Oh. Still canned food. Scrags. I don't know if we can get scrag. Oh, do books count as scrag? Wait. Oh, that did count. Why didn't that work then? Huh. Bondi. Oh, God.
I don't remember how I died, but I am dead.
Okay, girl.
Oh, I died in the fridge, that's why.
We should can food. I can't believe the teddy bear didn't count unless Bob didn't get it. I can check.
Mama, release the vampires.
Release. I think Bob missed some scrag. I knew that teddy bear would count. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, I love it, doll. Very you, very fun. I honestly didn't know what to expect. With your I did a thing, I was like, what could it be? That was fun. That was a fun surprise. Oh, the teddy bear didn't count. Interesting. Oh, I flooded the toilet and the teddy bear was lost. Okay. My bad. Well, we need canned food then. Or if we can find something. I think that teddy bear was us, Greg, and I fucked it up. Whoopsies. Whoopsies, girl. My bad. We just need canned food. Or we find a taser. We need canned food.
I'm trying to find cigarettes.
Focus on the main objective. The cigarettes. Not that I'm trying to find cigarettes. For the fairy. Valid. It is exciting. Any canned food here? I would put his panties in there, but...
We need scrag too.
I know, but if we get canned food, we can just leave. He has a gun! He has a gun! He has a gun! He has a gun, Gran.
Oh. Where?
I don't know where he went, but he has a gun.
Oh, he has a gun?
He has a gun.
Oh, bitch.
This guy, if you haven't seen it, guys, he doesn't miss.
I'm going in.
Guys, bring me back. I got killed by a roach.
Oh!
U-turn,
I'm
U-turn.
going back.
Thanks, baby.
Follow that tune. Oh, don't go. I got you.
Thank you.
Right.
Judge's favorite. Hi, Jay. How are you? Uh-oh. We need canned food. Ria! Uh-oh.
Put your ass away, child.
Realrin just subscribed. Carl Silly, Carl Silly, Carl Silly, Carl Silly, Carl Silly.
Babe, get me again. I died to
Oh my
a
God,
rat.
You scared the fuck out of me.
Sorry. Ria, thank you for 62. How are you? I know, I gunned for 2 gnomes. Just kick me.
Where is he?
We need canned food, but there's, I think it's in the other room.
Still have a gun?
Last time I saw. Oh, the rat's in the room, but get wrecked. We just need some canned food. Ria, it's good to see you. Thank you. Hope you're fantastic. Yippee! Damn. We just need a can.
Where's the back of the cans?
There we go. Oh no. Okay. Resurrect me. Oh my god.
Oh. Oh my god, you're dead. What?
You can't keep arming? We just need one can.
Ah! Oh my
The rats are so strong, bitch.
I hate them.
I'm glad you're good, doll. We're dying to rats over here. God damn it.
We did so good.
Then those rats got us.
That damn canned food. I hate when he gets a gun. It's too scary.
I know, he's really strong. He doesn't miss.
Becomes horror mover.
I agree.
Please,
No, we
show us.
no, we lost. We needed one more.
Please show mercy.
We needed one more, babe.
Do you think when the full release comes out, they'll make it like easier?
I think 3 out of 5 or 6 is fair, but it's just the gun. When he has a gun, it's just hard.
I know. They should get rid of the gun.
But I like it. But he needs to miss.
Dude, but it's so strong.
True.
Right? He doesn't miss.
No, he doesn't miss. If he has a gun, you're done.
He should have to aim it like we do, where it's all wibbly.
Wibbly.
I look quite wibbly.
Look, quite wibbly. So
I
we
look quite wibbly.
go. We go again.
We go again, love. We're going in.
Do you think you want to play DVD at some point? Alright, stab a rat, gather clonk. What's clonk? I think it's metal stuff.
Ooh, is clank metal?
Ooh, that's fork. Oh, this is good.
Right,
Frying
This is
pan.
not too bad.
Oh, this is fine. This is fine. Travel through sewage system. Oh, easy. Break television. Oh, we got it. We're fine. The silence is crazy, Zayla. And I understand. I get it. I get it. I'm gonna travel through the sewage system. Real quick. Real quick. Oh. How did Graham beat me? Oh, must be the other way. Nice. We can just steal some forks. That's really nice. Oh, I definitely went the long way. Let's open this actually while we're here. While we're here. How do we open this one? There we go.
Is that you?
Hey girl.
No window in here.
There's a window out here. I don't know how to do it though. Ooh. That has to be clonk. Will that break it though? Thank you for lurking, guys. Oop. Oh, we picked up the item. That's interesting. Like sell the tapes, Mike? Yes, when you get the clearance bin you can sell them, if that's what you mean. I'm very excited to play. I'll be playing after I play with Gran. So excited. Pan frying your toast? Okay, flex.
I think I broke the toilet.
Oh. That happens sometimes.
A gift?
Hi, Jeffy. How are you, baby? Spooky. Happy Friday, Joe. Alright. Break television. Can I do this quick? Uh-oh. No. Being Karen this morning, people parking out the— Oh,
Yes.
I hate that, Jeffy. Where did I live where people used to do that? Oh yeah, my old house. People would park right in front when the bins are. And I would just— I don't know what I would— I forget what I would do, but I would be so pissed off because it's like the bins can't collect— the truck can't collect my stuff. Like, what's wrong with you? It really grinded my gears, doll. I totally understand. What did you say? Exactly, Mike. That's what I have. Break an item. Ah! No! No! Damn it! Oh wait, throw me out the window. Gran, I'm so sorry. I was careless. Oh no. Sorry, girl.
Not me, not us both going in that bin.
God damn it. I shouldn't have done that.
He chased me to the bathroom and I was like, oh, there's no window, I'm done. Been thinking about those this is no, because this is the round. This next one is
This
the
is
round.
the round. This is the round. Jeffy, that's good. That's real good. Yeah, what did I write to them? I don't know, but I was getting so pissed off because I was like, girl, park in front of my— like, okay, that's a stretch because they didn't want to risk it, obviously. But like, I would rather them park in my driveway than park in front of the bins. You know? Yeah, I started doing that too, Jeffy. I was like, I'm putting it— or what I did once, it was really salty of me, but I was just so over it. I put my bin right at the back of their car. Didn't touch the car, but I put it right in to make a point. Like, I have to put my bins on the road here. So I'm going to put it right behind your car. You know? I think if they keep doing it, Will, surely they can get fined by the council, right? I'm sorry, doll. We're going to have a good one today. We're going to have some chill vibes with VHS after this too. Hi, Tammy. How are you, doll? All right, this one's easy. This one's easy. We got this. I don't know. It's definitely a dick move, and it's not considerate because, like, I understand people really want to park. You can park there any other day. Any other day, utilize it. You know what I mean? On bin day, you have to find an alternate spot. You know what I mean? It's not fair that my bins can't be picked up because of your inconsiderateness. Inconsiderateness, is that a word? Inconsideration? I don't know. Because there was a moment where my my bins couldn't be taken. So I had to live with a full bin for another week. Empty the trash onto their cart. Nah, I could never. I could never. I have a new game you'll like, by the way. It's called Retro Rewind, and you manage a VHS store in the 90s. It's so cool. There's no signs, no, because it's street. It's just the street puffin. It's like neighborhood vibes. I'll do it for you. I don't have to worry about it now. It was my old house. It was my old place, and it was real annoying. You take your own trash to the big trash bin, which is collected daily. Oh, cool. That's fun. All right, let me get this Steeler Town. It's so good. Oh my god, I can't wait to play it. I'll be playing it after I play with Gran. Like an hour and a bit.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Damn, he really likes that toilet cleaner.
Huh?
I've broken him.
Huh? Huh?
Granddaddy getting it. Girl, help.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Lizzie, this is terrifying. You like that?
Hello?
He's just...
Oh my god!
I'm stuck. He's
What
just...
the fuck?
There we go, thank you. He was really... Oh, okay. Uh-oh. He was really enjoying that. He was really enjoying that. Oh! Oh, Daddy!
Yeah.
What just happened? I was swinging off him! Girl, at least I'm going outside. That's good. Anyway, sorry. Nat, I miss you, by the way. I was saying to Reese, I was like, fuck, I haven't seen them since my birthday. So what the hell? I don't like that. What big muscles you have, Daddy. Ooh. That was crazy. He was sucking me up in the sink. What the hell? Lizzie, how are you, doll, as well? Guys, I can't wait to play the VHS game and just talk to you. Not that I'm not having a great time with Grand, but I just want to yap and sell my porn. You know? I can hear you, girl. Hi, Kaylee. Hello. Oh, it's a gorgeous day outside, doll. Oh, yeah? Tell me more. Is that because you're looking in the mirror too? Break any item, break television. Uno reverse. Nah, you're gonna take it, doll. You're gonna take this love. What does Grandpa have, nail polish? Oh, let him live his truth. Tu Wong Fu, thanks for everything. Oh my god, no, Nat! Are you out of them? No, Nat! Tell me when you're back. Yeah, my ads are so bad this month. 6 of 8, oh my god. I literally, like, I hate it. I'm only increasing it. I'm just full transparency. I hate even saying this. I'm purely increasing it to try and stay full-time. Otherwise, I'm kind of screwed. So I'm just trying to help myself, but it's really bad because it's disruptive. I'm sorry, guys. I'll turn it down next month. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. This bloody tail. Oh my god, Nat. I'm so sorry. I had to turn up my ads this month.
You naughty boy.
Because I had so much time off last month.
Puffin has gifted a sub to Yeeks It Snap.
You're saved. Thank you. That's really kind. Damn it. Thank you. That's really nice. Nah, I was saying while you were stuck in purgatory that I was saying to Reese that I literally haven't seen you guys for over a month since my birthday. And I'm sad about that. And I want to see you. And I'm sad. But I'm cringe, but it's true. It's like, damn it, it's been too long. Oh my god, he's having a bath. He's having a bath. He's gonna get his cock out. Let's watch. Pizza party soon. Yup. Agreed. You can keep him on. I do get FOMO, but get that coin, Caitlin. I appreciate it. Usually I time it better. I think this month is hard because I will admit this is the most amount of ads I've played. Like usually I would do 3 an hour. Still not ideal, but at least you get an hour. We have ads like every 40 this month. So I get it's like, it's a lot. But I really do appreciate you watching them. I'll turn them lower next month as a thank you. Pixel. Okay, wait, what do we have? Break any item. Oh, this is easy. Wait, is she dead? Ad so good, so tasty. Please tell me he's not gonna do what he did. Oh my god, he's so flexible. Jeffy! Damn, he's looking for towels. Oh, that's funny. Wait, I stole his towels. Caitlin, that's a great way to look at it. It does force us to go pee. Thanks, Will. I appreciate it. I do. Look, I've made it last this long, doll. I've been full-time for 6 years. Obviously, I'm gonna keep trying to be, but I also have to be realistic and be like, hey, maybe my time's up. You know what I mean? But I don't know what I would do. I would maybe try to edit. Or maybe work as like a community manager for a brand since I have I've experience. For that time off, I think The time off kind of fucked me a little bit. I don't regret it because it was for my 30th, but
No, where's the ferry?
that wasn't smart of me.
Is she not here?
Maybe not yet.
What?
Excuse
I
me,
found a
bitch.
cigarette for her.
That's so funny. Maybe she's not ready yet. Oop. Can you get me? I'm here. You're time hater. No, but I mean that. No. I like listen. When I say that, I'm not trying to be negative. I just have to be realistic, because, you know, you notice trends and stuff, and it will take me a while to transition to another career. So I have to be realistic and be like, okay, do I start looking now? Because I can't just be like, oh no, everything's fine, and then it's months down the track and I have to like move out because like I can't live here. You know what I mean? Like, I have to be realistic. I'm being positive. Don't worry, like I'm working really hard and like grinding, but I also have to be realistic and be like, maybe it is, and that's okay. I go to part-time or casual, and that's all right. I've made it last so long. Like, it's not it doesn't have to be a negative thing. Yeah, be my editor. Nah, I would edit for you. You're great though. Your edits are so good.
4,864 just resubbed for
I'm so
7
proud.
months. Not me,
No,
not
true.
Hermione, Yoa.
I can pay in love. I'll take it.
You naughty boy.
Puffin and Will, thank you.
Puffin has gifted a sub to Caitlin.
Yeah, no, it's only like me, Lizzie, exactly. It's only me being like, okay, if I got to start planning for plan B and C, like I should start, you know, soon, then hang on. Like, I obviously want to hang on, but if, you know what I mean? It's just me being aware of like trends and
Put your ass away,
getting back into a groove. I'm not doing anything rash. Don't worry. I've talked to Jeffy about it. Like, I've talked to people about it. I'm not trying to be negative. It's just me trying to get ready just in case. Wait, that's really nice. Caitlin, you're free from ads. And so's Bunny, thanks to Kyle. Thank you. And Will, thank you for your prime. Oh my god, Granny is shooting in here. Are you kidding me? Oh, fuck. We can have a future. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Carla, he has a gun.
I heard the shot. I heard the shot. I literally thought you shot him, not he shot you.
Oh my god, that scared me. We have to, oh god, break the television or break any item.
Okay. That's all we have to do.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's get the
freedom,
television
exactly.
then.
Exactly. Exactly. Once, like, I'm more comfy in my management too, it might get easier. But, like, that's exactly right. It's just a weird time in the world, you know? You know what I mean? Are we ready for this? Wait, okay. Break it. Break any item.
Just
No.
doing some official police business.
No, babe, what are you doing?
Is that my phone?
No, don't do that. Now I feel bad.
Hello, Officer Put here.
No!
Bits.
What?
Yeah, I'm bloody serious, mate. You're joking.
What?
I'm not joking. All right, I'll
Oh,
handle it.
God. Puffin, what are you doing?
Yep, hi, it's Officer Put here. Someone just cheered a lot of biddies,
Oh.
and they have no permit.
I love you
Babe.
guys.
Bye.
Hey, Puffin, no. No, I feel bad. That's not what I was trying to say. I just wanted to be honest with you. Are you okay? Oh, Puffin. No, you should have used it on yourself. Oh, thank you. Oh, shoot. Oh. What's wrong?
Do it for, he's sitting over there.
That's okay, we got it.
He's in the room.
No, we're fine.
Got a gun.
No, we're... Oh, he does have a gun, you're right. But it's okay. It'll be fine. No, it'll be... I'll get him to follow me, and then you can break the TV. Come here, bitch.
We can go.
See. No, we need... Oh, we can go. Oh, I get what you're
Okay.
saying now. Okay. No, feel bad, Puffin. That's not what I wanted to say. I just wanted to be transparent with my ads and why I'm doing it. I feel really bad now. No, no, no. It's literally like I wouldn't be as stressed if I didn't have that much time off, but it was good for my 30th. And if I didn't live by myself, it wouldn't be as hard. You know what I mean? It's only because I live solo and I've had so much time off, the weight can feel really heavy. And I know if you live by yourself, you know what I'm talking about, or you know what I'm talking about in general, because it's a weird time. So like,
Girl, we did it.
you know, like I don't, it's okay. Oh my God. Thank you,
I
Puffin.
don't like when he has the gun.
I agree. Thank you. That was really, 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 really kind. I didn't expect that, and I feel genuinely bad because that's not what I was hinting at. I just wanted to be transparent with my ads, that's all. Thank you, Puffin. That's very, very kind. I really, really appreciate it so much. Welcome to the 30 Club. I know. Oh my goodness. That's very, very kind. Thank you. It means so much. Genuinely. Someone I know, Nat. What? So much love. I know, I'm trying not to. Because I already did yesterday. Guys, say something foul. Say something foul. Wow. Look how juicy that is.
I know, I just want to lie on it.
Oh.
Oh.
That looks like poo from a bum. Thank you. That's perfect.
By the rocks that I got. I'm still Carla from the block.
Something
I have
foul.
a little now. I have a little.
Aqua Kyle 2000
Puffin.
donated 25
Kyle.
Australian dollars. Court. Treat yourself, girl.
Girl.
I don't want to hear anything. You are deserving of good things.
Don't say something foul right now, Carl. Give me your worst.
Two.
Oh wait, this is an easy one. Oh yes, Lizzie, good idea.
Oh, this is not bad.
What? It's so funny.
Right.
Thank you, Kyle.
See if I can find the sewer
Yeah, guys, stop
system.
being nice. What the fuck? Be mean. Be mean, I can't handle it. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you, Puffin. That was way too much and really, really kind. And I really, 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 really appreciate it. Poo from a bum hype train. Nah. Poo from a bum hype train is crazy. Thank you, Carl. That's what I needed. Perfect. Perfect. Flood the toilet. We can flood the toilet. Thank you for this random level 6 hype train, guys. My absolute goats. Way too nice. Gorgeous. A marble night. Sometimes we'll definitely do a marble night. Definitely, definitely. Flood it with poo from a bum. Bum even. What happened? Wait, what did you do? What happened? Oh, you're alive. Okay. No, I miss marbles too.
We need one more item in here.
There's some stuff here.
Oh my god, there's a grenade.
Where? We need that. Perfect.
Here.
Okay, perfect. Perfect, we can just put it on. Because we just need a...
It's here.
Perfect. Should
Under
we...
the thingy.
Should we do it on him, or should we avoid that so we don't get the weird gnome?
Ooh.
Maybe no gnome.
I hate the gnome.
Alright, I'll put it... I'll just cause an explosion here. Oop.
Oh no, these items weren't big enough.
That was a grenade.
Shot.
There's toilet paper. Hold. Oh shit. No, you putting... Wait, I'll help you.
Take this plate.
Thank you so much
Getting
again for
another.
everything. Logged my 100th film of the year. What? It's March.
Take this plate.
Okay, this will flood for
Should I
sure.
flood it? Oh my god, did it not flood? What?
Okay, 3 items maybe.
I'm sorry, 2 giant plates? Did it flood it? Oh my.
Yeah.
He's goddamn naked. Get out, get out.
Oh, he has me with his dong out. Show us your dong, you pussy. Show me your dong. Great. Oh, he's meowing, Evans? That's so cute. What the hell? How adorable. Oh, he's changing. Oh. Oh, I've never seen him change before. Probably a lot, Kyle. Probably a lot. Probably a lot of dong. This dude doesn't like clothes. No, he doesn't. He doesn't at all. Girl. Gran doesn't know that I'm dead in the oven. Gran! Gran? No, she doesn't know. If you measure your dong, do you include the length of foreskin? Wait, you can gain a few inches if you do. Max like girl. Risky, hello! Hello! How was your stream? Tell me everything. How was Fortnite? Apparently a new season's good. Can I say that? She doesn't know that I'm dead. I didn't give them a raid message. You know what? I haven't given my community a raid message in years. You don't need one. You know what I mean? You can just come in. How is Fortnite, doll? Is it a good season? Hi, Emma. Welcome in. We are playing Burgling Gnomes. You basically are trying to steal things from this old man and not get killed. I'm in the oven right now. Gran doesn't know I'm in the oven. Galaxies, hello. Pin, hello. Yeah, Gran doesn't know that I'm in the oven. I'm gonna die soon. Gran, I died in the oven, just so you know. So maybe grab me back.
Let me get.
Thanks, Pookie. We love this game. It's so good. I can't wait for the full release.
Oh,
We need the full release. Yeah, Chris was telling me we should probably start playing Fortnite again. Cute. Really? What's the vibe of the battle pass or the season? Because I saw something about unlocking certain things. I don't know. It seemed interesting. Save the world when? Oh god. I can't believe all that existed back in the day was save the world.
Oh my god, she's here.
Does she need a cigarette
The
this
cigarette
time?
fairy.
Hey, give me this.
I don't know what a poopling
What?
is.
Oh my god, what? I brought you cigarettes, bitch.
It changes. It changes.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna flood the
Carla.
toilet. Still any items, still a glass jar. I gotta test out save the world. Flood the toilet, steal a glass jar. I think I'm gonna do the toilet. And we're also, Raiders, by the way, thank you for the follows. I love simulators, and we're playing a game after Games with Gran. It's called Retro Rewind, and you own your own VHS store. It's so fun. I accidentally played 8 hours of it yesterday. It's way too good. Can you put the plunger in there? Oh, you can. Surely that floods. Oh my god. Addicted. Surely this floods it. It didn't. Wait, can I plunge poo out of here? For the fairy? I don't want to. But is that how you get the poop? Hi, Dill. I haven't played Hellmire. It's in my library though. Is this how you get the poo? I never thought I'd say this in my life. Poo comes out the pipe. What? When you flood it? Or when he goes to the toilet? I never thought I'd get an answer to that question. Hello? Is Gran dead? I'm stuck. Ever seen Flushed Away? Yes. I thought poop comes from the bum. When I flush myself? Okay, I gotta get down and see. Oh, great. Hey, Daddy. Thank you for helping me. Great. Yes. Yes, throw me out. Throw me outside. Yes. He's got his whole dong out. Whee! Okay. We just gotta flood the toilet. Damn those liver spots. He's so naked. Alright, let's try and get the poop. What does the fairy do for us? We have 5 minutes though. We need to flood the toilet. That's all I'm asking. I just want to flood it. That's the poop. Are you kidding? What? Why does she want this? Poop acquired, guys. What? What does she want for it? Why does she want it?
Thank you.
An eyeglass. How do we use it? Grand in fridge. Okay. Oh, it tells you what you can acquire. That's fun. Fecal fairy. I gave her poop. It's not letting me resuscitate.
Girl, I died. Right as you
What?
came in.
What?
Wait, she threw it back.
I'm throwing it back. I'm gonna get you back, girl.
Oh my god, I'm alive.
Steal a glass jar. Does this count?
Help me.
Oh! Run outside.
Oh my god, so much is happening.
Run outside, girl. I'm in the fridge. Oh no. He's got his peanuts out. What the hell? Your sloppy hat was old mate sloppy bits. Is that oh floppy? My floppy hat. Sorry. Maybe it is his floppy bits. We just need a glass jar. Sloppy. Sorry, I don't know why I said sloppy. That's worse than floppy. Sorry. Gnome's interrupting his joke. Girl. Girl, run.
No!
Hold the door, hold the door. Yes, yes, yes. Hold the door, bitch. Sloppy bits hype train.
No!
Girl. Whee!
Carla,
Oh,
you're back in the...
we need this. Does this work? Bob. Bob, do this. I don't think that counts as a glass jar. No, okay, we need a glass jar. That didn't count.
I'm sorry, did it just break?
I don't know.
It just broke.
We need a glass jar or an item from the hallway. Oh no! Oh! Girl, we need something from the hallway, otherwise we lose.
Well...
Wait. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die to the rat. Got it! Yes! Run, girl, run! Oh my god. Hoo-hoo-hoo! I think we just saved it. Gran's gonna be very happy about this. I don't think she realized. Girl, did you see what happened?
Did you do that or was that me?
I got the glass jar last second.
Oh, I thought it was... I thought it was me because I stole a pillow.
We needed a glass jar. Although, you know what? We both did that. Woo!
Yeah, because that was a sword.
Do you want to, next time we die, do you want to switch to DVD?
Sure.
Unless you
But
really
can I
are
do a quick
itching.
3 minutes now?
Okay, I'll see you in 5. Should I start the, can I start the round?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, girl.
Alright, girl. That was crazy. Oh, we get 3. Okay, I'm gonna bring this back, I think. This one's good. What they yield. Should I put that on my boots instead? Should I not bring this? Unless I do backpack. And spring shoes. Okay, I have so much. I have so much. Okay, let's go in and see. Because Gran will definitely be more than 3 minutes. So I wonder what I can get done in that time. Hi, Nelly. How are you, doll? Is Gran here? Okay. Steal a radio. Flush knife down the toilet, break, blow up, steal. Okay.
Put your ass away,
It is
child.
cute, Evans, to be fair.
Professor_Winter just subscribed. Hey Carla.
Hello, doll.
Hi chat. Carl's love.
Thank you for 57. What the hell? Jesus Christ. How are you? How are you, Joe? Where is he? Where is that bastard? Steal a radio. What does the radio look like? That's the toaster. Break any item 4 times. We can definitely break this. Can you pick up these? Oh yeah? What games are you playing at the moment? Alright, let's see if we can do this. I don't think so. Oh, something in the taser's there. The grenade does fall out of the drawer if you find it. Ooh. I don't think it's here. Oh shoot. Steal a radio, flash knife down the toilet. Do I have any snoozes left? I don't. I'm sorry guys, there's an ad in. Oh, there's an ad in progress right now. Oh fuck. I'm sorry guys. I have to go to the toilet, I think. He just went to the bathroom. Oop. Uh-oh. Flush toilet. I can do that in the bathroom. But Winter, thank you so much again. This game has me so distracted, but I appreciate it. Oh, wait. He just went out and got Grant. What the hell? That should be lotion. Break any item. Oh, she got flushed. That's slightly better than what I thought would happen. You're gonna sit down and watch TV? A pop stream at Carla's place? You know what? I could be like, oh, what? But you're right. How are you, doll? Good to see you. Hello. You're right. I mean, I can't talk, can I? What does Lizzie want? You can never make Lizzie happy. Ten minutes left. Okay. What's in here? Oh! I jumped too high. And I died. Now I have to wait for Granny to come back. At least I can talk a bit. Girl, listen. I didn't think that would happen. They hate us. Jabs, and Nate, how are you guys? It's good to see you. Hello. As a fellow vertically challenged individual, you're not far off. Yeah. No, you're right. I remember my friend gave me a piggyback at his place years ago. And I saw his house in a different way. He's 6'3". I was like, what the hell? You see so much. Fuck Lizzie, that's crazy. Not our Lizzie, the fairy Lizzie though. The fairy Lizzie. Present, grumpy, and gay. My favorite 2 Gs. I know. Hey. We gotta make sure. Wait. Granny! It's, Nat, guys. I thought I was tiny. Nat is shorter than me. I think it's the first time, apart from my grandmother, because she shrunk. It's the first time where I'm like, I feel tall. You're so short. What are you officially? Are you 4'11"? You are cute as fuck. It's true. Very true. You 4'11"? Am I your grandmother? I think so, right? That's how it works? But I'm 4'5". No, someone measured me. I think I'm sitting just under 5'1". I think I'm taller than I thought I was. Not even 5 foot. Yeah, you're 4'11". Gran, bring me back. I died jumping on the roof.
Oh, bitch.
Bitch.
Did you have boing boing shoes?
Yes.
I bet you did. Don't worry, Grandma's here to carry again. Here to carry again. Hello.
I still have time to grow. When I wear... I don't know why. I always like wearing boots. When I wear boots and you're not wearing boots, I feel like I'm 6'1", and I'm not. We're not like... We're both shorties.
Look at who's back.
Thank you, girl. We need to flush an item down the toilet.
Oh, that should be easy.
Yeah. Girl.
Is that oh!
Oh, girl. Distract him. What's this? Oh my god, that's my stuff. That's fun. The extra height scares me. I love a good platform. I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay, there'll be there'll be something in here for sure. He's having a shower. He's shitting. Flush. Wash your hands. Thank you. I'll show you 7 inches or yeah. Make my year. He started it. I'm just finishing it. Oh, there's a gun. Okay, we gotta flush this first. Break any item. How do we break an item? Oh. Oh, is there glass up here? Wait, we might be on. No! Oh! Damn it. Granny, you alive? Alright, good. Thank God. I have a gun. There's a gun in the bedroom. I don't know if you saw it though.
Is that?
Whee!
Oh.
He might have seen the gun. We'll find out.
Did you just die?
No, I'm good.
Oh.
Oh, can I shoot the Roomba? Please don't pick up the gun.
Oh my God, you have a backpack. And look how cute.
Hello. He might have picked up the gun. Let's see.
I really hope not.
The gun's not here. Oh wait, this is a different room. The gun's still here. Huge. Huge. Where was I? Hi, Axel. Morning, girl. Dang it. We need to break items. Oh, how about this? Come here, pussy. Yes! Okay. Okay, so he's dead. But at what cost now? Because
Put your ass away,
that gnome's gonna get us.
DR Case just subscribed. Now that's a man.
That's a man. Oh, there's the radio. How do you meant to get that?
Carla,
Yes?
I'm glitched. I cannot pull or pick up anything.
Well, he's dead. Which means the gnome's gonna be around, girl. We need one more thing. The radio's here. I just don't know how to get up to the radio.
You have the bouncy shoes, right?
How do you bounce with it?
Hold down spacebar.
Oh, okay. Oh, here, girl. Can you grab that? Does that work? If we get that outside, we're fine.
No, I'm
Okay.
glitched. I cannot pick up anything.
Okay, we gotta be careful. Because the gnome...
He's coming. I'll get him. I'll distract him.
Distract him.
My life for Pakistan. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go.
I'm running. Okay. Cece, it's good to see you. I'm so sorry. I'm so distracted. Oh. Oh! Oh! What a loser! Sorry. I don't know, Killer. I don't know. But he does. I'm sorry, Nat. They're big shots. They're very big shots. Cece, thank you so much for 56. How are you, doll? How the bloody hell are ya? Hello?
Ooh.
We did it.
Carla. Oh. I had to sacrifice myself, but it was worth it.
It was worth it. Now we move on. Now we do it.
Yeah.
Yippee! Oh, you're shaking it. See, how the bloody hell are you, doll? That's a man. That's a real man. Get some stuff if you need.
I'm getting the shoes, baby.
All right, let's go. No, Axel. No, it must have been a one-off. I think someone was trying to be funny and then they were like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Maybe. Maybe. I could be wrong. We're at the end until you make it burr. Still glass jar. Tase a human, kill a rat, steal a pot. Okay, I can open the door.
Oh, you can. Oh, yes, you can.
Yes, I can, girl.
We're in.
Sewage system, kill a rat, tase a human, steal a pot, steal a glass jar.
Oh, a gun. There's a gun in here.
Perfect. Okay. We might be able to steal a rat.
Should we take it or wait?
We could take it. How do you make? How do you bounce high? It's not working.
I hold spacebar.
It just stops bouncing. Oh, there we go. Yep.
Is this a part?
Yeah, or this one here. That's so crazy. Does this work? We do have to find the taser. Oh, there it is. Taser human.
Oh, girl.
The taser's in there, but I don't know how to get it out.
What's in here?
Over here. Oh, he's coming. We gotta tase him.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, there's the taser. Oh, nice. Come here, pussy. Ooh!
Yeah.
Okay, you got me. We got the tase. We got the tase. Hi, Emotional. How are you, doll? Good to see you. Alright, this is huge. We got the tase. That's the hardest bit. I'm good, thank you. That was my first time tasing him. That was fun. The long arms. Yippee! Alright, kill a rat, sewage system. The pot's nearly there. We can kill the rat with the gun? Surely, right? Ooh. Girl. I want to kill that rat. Oop. Did he put the pot back? I'm gonna die to that bloody cockroach. Okay. Okay. I see that pot. We're so sweaty in this game. Can you imagine when the full game releases? My bad. Oh! I killed myself.
Oh! Watch out! It's
Okay.
safe.
Okay. We should get that pot.
This jar, like what?
The pot is on the stove.
Oh, it is? Oh, wait. Oh.
Yeah, he just put it back. I'm running.
Oh.
Here. If he's chasing after me, okay, he's chasing after you. I'll distract. Looping him. Looping him. Loop. Okay, I didn't loop him. Alright, he's taking me inside. You got this. The pot's on the stove. You just gotta jump and grab it. And the gun's in the drawer. And the taser's in there. Oh my god, the running is so funny. I'm in the fridge. I'm in the fridge, girl. Hide, he's coming, he's coming. Nice. Evan, this game is so addictive to play and watch.
Is this a glass jar?
No.
Taser.
Okay, wait. Let me get this pot. Okay, here's the pot.
How do I use this thing?
It's easier than the gun. I've already tased him though, which is good. Gonna get this pot.
Oh, you've done it?
Yeah.
Oh.
He has a gun. He has a gun. He has a gun. Loud gunshot warning. He has a gun, guys. He has a gun, Granny.
Human, come here.
He has a gun. Alright, this didn't count as a pot. What's a pot then? What? Oh. Okay. Okay. Gran, can you hear me? That did not count as a pot. And he has a Glock. This is not good. Not ideal. Gran, are you dead? That didn't count as a pot. That's a Dutch oven. Oh, Ian.
I'm getting ready to tase him, and then you can seal the gun.
Should I get him to come over? I honestly need... Oh. Nice, nice, nice. Where's the gun? Where's the gun?
Get the gun. Shoot him.
Oh! I'm unconscious. I'm back. I'm back.
Okay,
I'm
do we
back.
leave? What do we do?
We need a glass jar. Wait, bring the gun with you. I need you to... Okay. Bring the taser. Oh my god. I gotta protect myself from those gnomes. Bring the taser, babe. We need to protect ourselves from the gnome, and then close the door. And then close the door behind you. We gotta close the door.
I closed the front door.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna close this anyway, because I'm scared. He's dead.
Okay, I have a taser in case there's a rat.
Okay, cool. Wait, use the gun actually, because we need to kill the rat. Although, will a taser kill the rat, maybe? Alright, get ready. There. Rat. Yeah, get it open.
How the fuck do you shoot this thing?
We're running out of time. See if I can tase it. Okay, task completed. We gotta go. Oh, we have 4 minutes. It's done. We killed it. Oh, another one. Holy shit.
Oh my god, the fucking...
We need a glass jar. Oh, wait, a pot. Here we go. Let's go.
Oh, pot!
Let's go. Let's go. Ugh.
Where's the taser?
Oh, wait, true. Here, you carry the pot. I'll carry the taser. Wait, do you have the taser? Okay.
I do.
Okay. Hold. Let's go. Oh, shit. Okay, let's go.
I'm scared.
Me too. We got it. Be careful, there's a mouse trap.
Go, run for it.
Okay, hold. Oh. Tase that bastard. Yes!
Got him!
Yes! Run! Oh my god, that was so good. We did 4 out of 5. We could have done the last one, but we did it. Wait, what's that, Mikey? Hello. Every time I do a story stream, the old man is getting killed. Well, he needs to. What the hell was that? Guys, we did it. We got 4 out of 5.
Oh my god, we slayed!
We slayed that round. Yippee!
Oh my god, I'm so proud of it.
Me
This is the best we've
too.
ever done.
I know. Oh, they're anti-cheat. Oh, what the hell? Look!
Give us money!
Yay! Good to know you can kill the rat with a taser. We should find that more often.
Oh God, yes.
Give us that payout, girl. That means 4 of the purple stuff. Nice. You can get the gloves if you want as well.
Oh, good idea.
I might get the whacker.
Whack.
Yippee! Let's do it.
Yippee!
Guys, we might be pros now. Watch us die instantly next round.
Nice.
Guys! It's so addicting, sorry, when you learn how to play it. If I can say that. Lots of variety this week. Guys, remember Red Dead 2 next week and Pacopia. More VHS store. Everything. Kill a human again. Uh-oh. Still from kitchen, still food. Kill a human, flush an item. Okay.
This is not bad.
No, you are gnomes. Alright, kitchen's right here. Easy. Steal the item from kitchen. And steal food. $125. Yeah, cod's huge. Was a knife? Okay, food.
Now we just need to flush something down the toilet.
And then break item. Yeah, so we're gonna play that after Games with Gran. And then I'm really tired today, but I did promise an art cap. So my goal today is a bit of VHS and then arc. But if I end up, like, if I'm like, guys, I feel like crap, then I'll just listen to myself and end after VHS. Oh, he's having a bath. I wouldn't mind killing him. Crazy comms, but... Yeah, I want more houses and map. Girl, I somehow died clashing with a stool.
It's okay, because this is the last thing to do.
Should we try and get a 4th? We could kill him. We could. Yeah, I want more maps and more enemies, and I want maybe like a party mode where your friend can control the old man. Can you imagine? A 5-stack lobby. I kind of want to... I kind of want to try for one more. I know that's crazy. Or maybe like you stay out here just in case, or I don't know. I really want to try and kill that bastard.
Okay.
But I know that's crazy. Oh, I gotta get my...
Wait, you just went into the splits.
Thank you. My boots and stuff are in here. Oh, run, 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 run. This is really risky. We shouldn't do this. I'm gonna try and get my stuff and see if I can get a gun and kill him. But we don't need to. This is ridiculous of me. Oh no, I don't want to. I don't want to bounce. I gotta find the gun. The knife's really hard. He's bent over. Where's his gun? That's probably in there.
Carla, I am dead. Do
Okay.
not risk it.
Okay. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Do we risk it?
Oh. What are we trying to do? Try to kill him?
Or break an item?
I was trying to find things to break.
I do have a
Find anything.
whacker, but I gotta
Oh.
find something to break. Can I break the Roomba?
Try it.
He's here, he's here.
So be it.
Let me wait. The bouncing is very soothing to study to. For a second now I was like,
I
hey
figure.
yo, and then I realized. Gas poisoning while he's asleep? I wish.
I lost my items. I have to go get them.
Yeah, they'll be where you died. Be careful. Surely I can destroy the Roomba. That didn't count as break? That didn't count as break.
Ooh.
What about this?
Oh, he's naked and he's coming.
Huh, what counts as break? I gotta find the gun.
Yeah.
Bend over, daddy.
Yeah.
Arr. Okay.
Yeah.
No, like a welcome on the bus. Girl. There we go. Here we go. I timed this wrong last time. Granny, you alive?
I am.
Okay, I have a grenade. We gotta time it right to kill him.
He's here. Come
Where?
here.
Yeah.
Where?
Front door.
Come here! Come here! I'm dead. Leave.
Oh
But
my
he's
God.
dead. He's dead. Oh my god.
Oh,
Alright, let's go.
girl.
Let's
the
go.
gnome is coming.
We got 4 though.
Ooh.
Sometimes being greedy works. Dad out here exposed hog. He's hogging it up. Wild hog. Yep. Cranking it. He's cranking that hog. This is the furthest we've gotten.
Yes, this is what, 4 in a row? 3?
I think so. Oh, I lost my shit. That's okay, I can build him.
I lost my shit.
I lost me shit.
I'm gonna make some... You do the gloves. I don't need the gloves.
Okay. Woo! Wow. We're kind of killing it. We're doing it to him.
I live.
I'll
Day
live.
6? Wait, day 6? Is that what it said?
Oh, really?
Are you lying? Wait, maybe I'm lying.
Oh. I don't know. Are we really cranking hog? We might be cranking it.
Into the unknown.
Taser human, stab a roach. Okay, so we can do
Chase human, curse explode, stab a roach. Ooh.
flush knife down the toilet easy, glass shot easy, human
Well, the flush is
tase,
easy.
stab a roach might be hard. Absolutely cranking my motherfucking hog. Yeah, I would like that too, Mikey, and like different enemies.
She's opened the door.
Let's try. I gotta find the weapons. Stab a roach. Anything in there?
Nothing in there.
Alright. Steal a glass jar. Oh, Striker, that's terrifying. What was that? There's something in there. A big ass mouse trap. The hell?
Carla, there is a giant spider in one of the rooms.
What? Striker, you called it. What the hell?
Huge.
Great. There's a rat. Fuck.
Oh. Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god. There's a Spidey.
Carla, be careful, I'm dead.
Oh shit. Okay. Hold. Okay, where is he? What's that music for? Because I stole.
Be careful, go.
Come and go. A thong. Wait, true. I'll get him. Mikey, enjoy. I'll be playing some VHS game
Right.
soon.
Oh my god, we have so much to do.
We got this. Flip-flops.
I wonder if I can get my shoes.
Oh my god, there is. That spider's... Fuck off. What the hell?
Huh?
Oh, he's naked again. Would be good if I found the taser while he was having a bath. And I killed him. Oh shit. No. True, I say both. Slippers are slippers, yeah. Flip-flops are thongs, but I also... I think I call it G-string more than anything. What the hell? I'll get out of the bathroom. God, he's taking his sweet ass time. Okay. Which means the goods might be in here. Or at least one of them. If not, then I don't know where it is. Oh, okay, cool. Do we have to kill a human? Tase a human. Cause an explosion.
I'm dead. I got killed by a rat.
Girl! Okay, I'll be there in a second. Okay, the good news is we can do the explosion. And maybe either oh, we can do glass jar. Potentially. Crazy, I was crazy once. Let me get Graham back and then I'll go and explode. Alright, I have the grenade so I can cause the explosion. Maybe just find a...
I was trying to get a knife for the roach, but it wouldn't come out of the knife lock.
We can do a glass jar.
Yes, I feel that would be sensible.
Because I do have the explosion ready. I have the explosion. Can't believe there's poop here. Oh, we have a gun here too. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Didn't die. Tase a human, stab a roach. There's the gun.
Hello?
Okay, so I have a gun, but we need a taser.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Girl, I thought I was dead.
Is this kind of stabbing a roach?
Oh god, he's coming.
Should we kill him or no? Alright, good news. I got
Oh
him.
my god, the twists and the turns!
Did I kill you?
No, 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 no. He killed me.
Oh, shit. I need a glass jar. Uh-oh. Oh, I guess I can whack the gnome. I just need a glass jar. Question is... Maybe I should get you first. Oh my god. True, if we find the taser, we can just tase his dead body.
Right, right.
Just give me comms if
What
you
a wild thing
find
to
the thing.
say.
I know. Let's close this door. Oh, he's here. He's here. He's here. I'm gonna see if I can whack him. Okay.
Maybe lure him out. Oh.
Oh. Distract him. Distract him. Yes.
Is he dead?
We got it. Nice.
Oh my god, he's dead.
Okay, we
He
need
ain't got no panties on.
no panties on. I ain't got no panties on. Got no panties on. I ain't got no panties on the dance floor. Okay, we need to get a glass jar, which is one up here. But I also need a taser. It's probably in here. Wait. I'm trying to get on here. It's not working. Wait.
My shoes are up there somewhere.
Oh!
No!
Resuscitate me, girl. Just go and get me first. Yes, good, good, good. We can't lose you as well. Hump me, girl. Yes, exactly. The bloody evil thing. We know. We've been killed by it a few times. It's not your grampy, Risky, I swear.
What? Hello? I'm throwing it back.
Getting humped like a chihuahua. Do you want to just use the, the pink thing at the back?
I don't think we can.
You can, you can.
Why are you not waking up? Why are you not waking up? Oh no.
I think we have one more use of the pink thing, right? Yeah, how are we getting CPR? At least they have a weapon. Getting humped like a chihuahua is wild, though. Surely we have one more.
Out of charges?
Okay, you're going to need to get, that's bad English, a glass jar. I'm sorry. You're going to need to get.
Where am I gonna get a glass jar?
Nah, take me. I'll bring you back, babe. He's back. He's there. He's there, Granny.
Oh, bitch.
You'll get up. You'll get up again. Just whack him again. Oh no. Hey, we tried. That was a good run, though. That was a good run. That was a good run, girl. I ain't got no panties on. Got no panties on.
No panties on.
On the dance floor.
On the dance floor. We did so good. That was such a hard set of objectives.
That was.
To tase? Wait, what if they're like, okay, you're fine. Let's see. Oh. Well.
Girl. Oh. Or. I gotta stretch. Ooh, girl. Ooh, girl. Oh, I need a massage. I ain't got no panties on. I got no panties. It's in my head.
I found a knife, but it was in a knife block. And I couldn't pull it out of the knife block to stab the roach.
I'm sorry, girl.
And I'm so mad.
Do you want to do one more round
do one
before you
more.
go?
Yeah, I can do one more.
Okay, bitch.
Okay.
And then after this, guys, we're playing the VHS game. I'm so excited. And then if I feel funky fresh, I will do an arc cap. But either way, you should get at least 5 to 6 hours today. 80 more is a boringness. I did nearly 8 hours yesterday. Whoopsies. Break any item, break the television, steal bread. Oh, easy peasy.
Oh, we don't have the gloves.
I know. Let's go to the toilet.
It should bread,
Dance for me, monkey,
television,
dance!
flush, break. This is possible to do it all.
Television and flush is easy, and then I don't know about the rest. Dance for me, monkey, dance. I ain't got no panties on. Ain't got no panties on. I ain't got no panties on the dance floor. God, I wish I had my my boots. All this is easy if you have your boots. When you don't have them, it's hard. Alright. We're here. Oh, there's no bin this time. Hi, True. Oh, I don't. Oh, we're stuck in here. Maybe I can get the stuff here. There's no bin this time. That makes it hard. Okay, that's good. Got that. New stim unlock? Which one? The panties? That's crazy comms by me, sorry. Me saying that, I'm speechless. My bad. But I'm excited for the next game we're playing. It's so chill and I'll be able to talk a little bit more, which is nice. We need a yap on a Friday. Alright. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten rid of the mushroom house. Okay, we need to steal bread, which we could do. Break an item. Television, I think she broke. Okay. Yeah, break it, girl. Oh, really? That's nice to know. I think because when I play with my friends, I can't talk as much. But I'll take that. I ain't got no panties on. Oh, it's in my head. I'm actually so annoyed that that's in my head. That's so frustrating. Break any item. Aw, that's really nice to say, Striker. Thank you. That's really good feedback.
Yeah.
I'll take it. It's in my head too, my bad. Whoopsies. Yeah, Carl, that's a fear of mine. My friend teaches a hot yoga class, and even then I'd be like, girl, you don't want this. You don't want the smoke. Okay, Granny's driving a car around. Okay, maybe we can use this to get on the bench and break stuff. We need it to still bread anyways. This might work. It's nice. It's different. It's unusual. Yep. Exactly right, Dom. We can steal this bread. Oh. I can come back from this. Remind me to go piss girl after Granny says goodbye. Then we'll get into our second game. Really gotta break 2 more things. We're kind of slaying. Can I break the toaster? No. We have a knife. Good. I guess if we had a glass jar, we can break it. Although we don't really need to do anything else. I gotta sneeze. Oh my god, sorry. That was a good one. That felt quite nice. Oh, there we go. Break any item. Perfect. Bleh. Thank you, Dom. And steal any item from the kitchen. Actually, this is good for me. I just realized. We can. Hold. Oop. I can steal that toaster. Oop. Hold. Hold. Wait, I'm so desperate. All 5. Guys, I think we're built different. Yippee! Wonder if Gran's alive to take that in. Those stools have come in handy. I didn't realize you could use them. I'm honestly a sweat, Risky. I don't know what's going on. Those stools have changed my life. You can just move them everywhere. I didn't realize. Is Gran dead this whole time? Oh, hey, girl.
I am dead. I am dead. I died.
Oh, girl.
I don't know what. I can't remember what killed me. Oh, we've done what?
Yeah, I kind of sweated
We've done
out.
everything.
Yeah.
I broke the television.
Amazing, babe.
That's all I did.
All you needed to do.
Literally all I did.
Yep. I just kind of popped off. I don't know. Yippee! I died! 56! Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child.
You put it away, bitch!
Adafilin just subscribed.
Thank you. How are you? That's my goat! How are you? It's really nice. So many Gothy
Well-
resubs today. Girl, this was fun.
I know. I like that we played it the whole time. I was like, maybe we'll play DBD at some stage, but
I honestly forgot about Deebs, and that's saying something
We
because
locked
I
in.
was enjoying it a bit too much.
because we were in here.
Yep.
Well, Carla, I will see you next Thursday,
Yes.
if not earlier, but most likely Thursday.
Yes,
You
bitch.
have a blessed, wonderful, gorgeous, fantastic, and gay week.
Thank you,
And I'll
babe.
see you soon.
All right, baby.
I love you.
I love you. Bye. I love you so much, you bitch.
so much.
Yes. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Don't forget to piss, girl. Oh. Oh, I could shake ass to this in a club. No, okay, sorry. I'm good, thank you. It's good to finally be back streaming. I've had so much time off. Thank you, Killer. I will boot up my game and then I'll get to pissing. Retro rewind. We at Discord. Cool. Oh, I love this game. Is that music? So good. No, thank you for the resubs. Thank you for watching the ads, guys. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed Gnome. I do, Terrell. It's actually disgusting, but that's what 8 years of streaming does to you. That's only in my favorites either. Oh, God. Hi, John. Hi, lady. Hi, whatever. Hi, Lux. Denise, hello. Cat, Aussie, hello. Love those gnomes. I am obsessed, if I can say that. If I can say I have a real problem. Video store. We're playing the video store game again, guys. I'm addicted. Thank you, Krabby.
Cult Crab just resubbed for 38 months.
Sailor. That's such a funny. I need to show that emote to one of my regulars, but I think they're not here right now. He would love that. They main that wig. The Yunjin wig. Hi, Grace. Hi, Dill. How are you? Granny, today was so fun. Thank you so much. I am obsessed with that game. Like, when that comes out, it's over for everyone. Because we're going to have more maps. We're going to have more items. Oh, it's so bad. Once you, like, understand what you're meant to do, it's so fun to sweat it out. But you can honestly make mistakes as well. So, yeah. Oh, my God. Hi, Anna. How are you? Hello. We are playing more of this simulator today, guys. Well, now I should say. It is so much fun. I'm addicted. I do need a tinkle. However, I just wanted to, okay. Rye, hello.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
Right, Oracle Bart
Thank you for the
just
resub.
subscribed.
What the hell? I really appreciate that. 2, basically 3-year subs. That's crazy. Thank you, guys. I really bloody appreciate it. Do you reckon I can speedrun a whiz? bad time with the hype train, but I really got a whiz. I'll be super, super quick. Thank you so much for the resubs. How are you? I'm so excited to play this game. If you haven't seen it, it's basically managing your own blockbuster in the 90s. It's so much fun. I did 8 hours yesterday of it. Okay. I'll be really quick. You behave yourself, please. I'm gonna run. Do you have anything in the man on mans? Oh, I show you. My English today is so bad. That's what happens when you stream 10 days in a row. You start to lose your brain a little bit. Thank you again for the resubs, guys. I appreciate it. What video were we playing in store? Surely the same one as yesterday. How embarrassing. Kinky, I'm telling you, I can't form a sentence today, but that's okay because I'm trying my best. But if I say something that doesn't make sense, just know that I don't know. I don't stream, I had no brain to lose, so sort of relate. Perfect. This is my VHS store. I don't know if it works, but I was playing a YouTube video of mine. Yep, it still does. I was playing a YouTube video of mine on
Trying to get shared tab. So hit that.
the TV.
No. That's activity. Activity. Need a little button. This is activity. Oh, sorry.
So funny. This is my porn corner. We have a favorite title. It's called Double Swirl Hag. But we have some good titles like Let Me Kiss My Milk, My Sweet and Tasty Mind Reader, The Swimmer's True Desire, My Biscuit Her Desire. Yeah, so we do have our porn shelf. We have our Christmas shelf next to the porn. These are our holographic films. Nat, you aren't ready. This is the best. I love this. We have our horror section, our new releases, action, romance, fantasy, drama. You can buy some DVDs here. These are some snacks. One sec, the phone's ringing. Autumn, I'm so excited. Autumn, what? That's a big compliment. What? Thank you. You're not ready for this, guys. You're not ready. It's so good. Like, I don't think I've ever recommended... I think this is the most I've wanted to recommend a game. Not yet, Nat. I think it just came out yesterday. So, but I think they will add it because everyone's going to be clamoring for it. But it just came out a couple days ago. But as soon as it's co-op, babe, you and me. I know. Mate, huh? God, here I am thinking I was boring as hell yesterday. That's Pookie for real. What the hell? Drama. 1 minute! Oh, they want to reserve some porn? Okay, sure. No worries. I guess we'll open the store. And look at this, guys. You have a calendar. So it tells you what to old sloppy man bits. I wish I could. It's just random generated. Maybe in the future they'll let us. But you have random days and stuff. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, my tape dealer comes and I buy porn from him. We have a new release day coming up. Valentine's Day coming up. So a lot happening. We're saving up for this expansion, I think. Wait, Dark, but what if? Hello, are you here for your porn? I knew you would be, sure.
Ooh.
Oh, it's really busy in here. One moment. One moment. That's a popular title. People love that title. No, I'm obsessed. It's so good. It's if you like simulators, I cannot stress enough how much if you can afford it obviously, how much it is worth the purchase. It is the best simulator game I've played in a very long time. Babe, I need you to wake up. Wake up, babe. Thank you. Wow, look. Cotton candy machine. I forgot we unlocked that. Hey, babe. You're not paying the fee? Give me the DVDs. Give me the DVDs. People are pathetic, guys. Hello. Old drama film. There you go, doll.
Ooh.
Enjoy that. Ultimate Theater Sim is good. Look how good this one is. I'll show you this quality of life thing. And you know I play a lot of Sims. You guys do too. Look what you can do. You can click the shelf. You pick which candy you want to put on. It tells you the cost and the sale. You can't change that, but it's a pretty good margin. And you just fill it up. That's it. You don't have to order anything. You just fill it up. So easy. Can't believe that, to be honest. And then you just walk away. And it's done. Nat, you should. What are you thinking? Talk to me.
Wow.
Speaking of easy, where's Ping at? I think Ping's hanging out with some, well, friends that do happen to be community members as well, IRL. Ooh, yum. Oh, yeah. I should eat too. I haven't had lunch yet. Proud of you. I gotta be better with that too. I'm not eating terrible, but I could be better. I want to get back onto my honey porridge game. My body loved when I was eating porridge. Christmas movies. Speaking to people IRL. Ugh. Snacky. Now I feel like a snacky. Fuck. Hey girl. God, this game just scratches my brain. Ugh. It's so good. No, yeah, lady, so fair. I am kind of doing that. So we started Red Dead this week, sorry. So we're doing that, and then we are starting Pacopia next week, and I'll also be playing this.
Hey.
But it is worth being a variety streamer, so as much as it can be a lot, it is worth it. Yeah, I'm excited. Hey girl. But I want to expand today. We were doing a full design thing yesterday. Oh. We're designing the whole place. A lot of broken films today. Not ideal. Not bloody ideal, Swings. Kegzilla, one of my favorites. I missed, did you see my first expansion? We did the first expansion. And now we're saving up for the second expansion.
Oh.
Because we tried to expand, but we realized that in order to get this one, we have to do this one first. Or this one, really, we can see. Science fiction.
Oh.
Yes, so we expanded the first time, which we love. But now I need to expand the second time. So I'm trying to save my money. It's very hard. Because all I want to do is buy shelves and expand. But, you know. Reserved? I have to rewind it because people are careless. God, we have a lot to return. Damn. Our business is booming. I feel like we really need to hire that other staff member when it's time. Although, I do like doing things. I don't want to stop doing things in this game, but I guess when it's bigger. You know what? Never mind. Whoa, it just keeps going. Okay, there we go. We're up to date. Fantasy. Okay. You broke it, babe. You can go to another store. You can go to another store all you want, babe. You broke it. And you broke it, you bought it. God, they give... Oh, sorry, babe. That hurt. Sorry.
Ah!
Dark 14. Go you. Good for you, babe. I want to play so bad, but I need to do more study and make more content too.
Oh.
You can live through me while you pop off, but you will need to purchase this when you have time. Because it's really good.
Fancy.
It's too good.
What?
Yes, I'm gonna use the feminine
Hey,
school.
why are you doing whiskey then? Yellow.
With my birthday box.
Hmm.
I got my box.
Wait, my birthday?
So funny. Anyway, look at the porn. Go get the porn, guys. Don't worry. Don't be shy. I'm not judging you. I'll judge you on what title, but I won't judge you. Should I buy another snack thing? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I know I just said I'm saving up, but... Your video being the... Well, I didn't think of it like that. That's funny. Can you make a cute little curtain off area? I think I can once it unlocks. Because this is my little pawn area. But I would like to buy some sort of like drape thing. I don't know. They'll probably add more stuff as they release. Let me have a look. Oh, I can't put it there. I can do that. Okay. Can I move that? Okay, wait. Let me see. What do we have that's not unlocked yet? I bought a cuck chair, Nat. This is it for now, but I do think they're going to add more. Because it just came out. Can you imagine when they add a new drop? Oh, God. Oh, my God. I need it desperately. Desperately. Fudge slime. I thought that said Daddy's cheese sticks for a second there, and I was like, hang on. Alright, more snacks. Amazing. They're getting a slushie. Perfect. I don't want to buy too much, but let me see if there's anything here. Oh, a movie bundle. 15 random movies. Yeah, I'm buying that. I didn't really get what I wanted. I wanted more horror, but that's okay. We have the Christmas Wraith Miracle. That's fine. How much fantasy? Disco Dong, girl. My gosh, she's making popcorn, my goat. I guess it is Christmas season, so it'd be good to get all the Christmas stuff. The Loaf Death horror movie. Explosive tape. Okay. I think we're good. Let's go. Nearly level 12. What's the time? 12:15. Guys, is it bad of me that I'm like, oh cool, it's only 12, because if I sink, you know, 2 more hours into this game, it won't be that late. I love this game. Guys, we played this for 8 hours. I fear we're gonna have to have, I think the first 2 days of stream will be Pacopia and VHS next week. But I also need to play this next week. But I also need to go easy with it, because there's not, like, there's a lot of content. Oh my god. There's a lot of content, but I also don't want to... It goes with the music.
Big Justice's sister.
Let's try another 4. I really want to play more of this next week. I want them... Have they said anything about... Sorry. Have they said anything about anything? God, I'm so glad people are playing this. Launch day. I wonder if they have something. I don't think they've said anything yet. I want them... Do they have some sort of... I don't think so. I want them to make a... What's it called? The thing where they discuss what's coming up. Oh, I forget what you call it. My brain. Where's my... Oh, she's gonna be sick, isn't she? Yeah, I'll give you the raise. Roadmap. Yeah. Finn, I want a roadmap. What's today? Saturday. Okay. I want a roadmap or a direct. Because I'm sure they have some sort of update planned to roll out. Crazy. Reserved. Get me in, girl. I kind of want to sell... Oh, wait. It's still 13. Do I have another one of these? I think I don't. The way Disco Dong just popped up again in my chat. Okay. I can't believe I played 8 hours yesterday. Although I do believe it, but holy shit. That's like a good... That's a sign I really like a simulator. If I ignore my ailments and I go for 8 hours doing the same thing, that's when you know it's a good game. Hi, Em. How are you, doll? Hello. There's my goat. Oh, we're full of drama. Okay, let's sell it. The family tree. This is very... I can sell this one. I was super sleepy today as well, doll. I think it's in the air. Should I sell some porn? I should see how much the porn's going for. Crazy comms, but... How much is this? The dent is in good hands. $10. No, I'll rent that out. Who ordered the hot banjo? I did. Isn't it nice, Em? We're saving up to expand, but this is what it looks like at the moment. We're trying. We're trying our best. Horror, a bad horror film. I've got just the thing. Ooh, Axel, no. I want someone to rent all adult films. That's a good point. How do we make that happen? I know, level 20, Mike. We're level 12, which means there's a chance we could pop off and unlock it today. I'm not sure. Although, I kind of don't want, in a way, to have 2 employees. Oh, fantasy, sorry. Because then I won't do anything. But it would be fun. Romance. An old romance. Oh. Ooh. So it's kind of like, I want them... I wonder what else they're going to do with this game. I'm curious. Someone reserved squeezing werewolf. Wonder what their plan is. I want more. More! It just came out though. That's greedy of me. One moment! Hello? Look at this fancy man. Galactic Rebellion.
Ooh.
Ooh. Okay, back to what I was doing. Oh, my sweet and tasty mind read is back. Thank God. My parent, forever yours. Ape on the Bridge is a popular classic. Guys, no one's getting porn. Why is there so much on the shelf?
Oh.
Look at the fairy floss. $3.75 for cotton candy? I'm making shmoney. Okay. Thank you guys. Pay up. I really, really need to... Well, I want to expand my store, but the only downside to that is I also need money for shelves. Oh. So... Oh, people people bought my DVDs. I don't think it's worth reselling these, hey. Ooh, I want horror. Goobs. I'm obsessed. How are you, doll? I do want more horror. Goob, say psych. You serious? I guess you wouldn't. Hey, you came into Blu-ray. You came into the world with Blu-ray. I did like VHS tapes. I won't lie. A good romance?
Ooh.
Oh. What do I have on? New release day. Woo! And then we have Valentine's Day. Then we have... Well, we have our porn day on Valentine's Day, which is good. And then another porn day Thursday. And then we have the holidays. We're locked and loaded. Squeezing werewolf.
Ooh.
You naughty, naughty boy. You naughty slut. Bing. Bing. Guys, can you leave? It's 8. Oh, Jeffy Doe. Wait, already? Bloody time's flying when you're having fun, doll. Oh. How am I going to beat the Anastasia from last year, doll? I can't. I can't. I can't beat it. Halfway to 70. Don't look a day over... I was going to say 5, which is crazy. Don't look a day over 21, doll.
Ooh.
I think I meant to say 25 and then 5 nearly came out. And I was like, well, that's wrong. That's foul. Excuse me. No, you're youthful, doll. Damo? No, they're not old. Stop it. Stop it. They've got it going on. And you know it. Oh, I was like, why is everyone wearing beanies? My bad. Don't look at me like that. He looks so sus. What the hell? The name of my video store, what's wrong? What's wrong with being daddy's fave? Excuse me. I think Einstein walked in. Hey, King. 2 children in a trench coat. Should I make some pasta for dinner, Dom? I mean, for lunch? I'm hungry. What do I want? I do have pasta. It's gonna microwave it. What happened here? Oh, someone complained. Little pussies, all of them. Sorry, that was foul on me. I'm not sorry. It's 12 AM. Why are people still here? Excuse me. You know what I say? What, doll? Shaking in my boots. Never lose a train of thought. My bad. I have that effect. Christmas. Oh, that's action. Gotta get my cheeky midnight rentals in. Who's... Oh, we're making more money. Snacks. Oh. David, where's my porn guy? Oh. I know exactly where to put the kid stuff. I guess we could put it here. Is that too close? No, it's a different place. But the stream froze instead? Huh?
Hakuna.
Scooby-Doo?
Chimes 4 days just resubbed for 35 months. First sub as a Mrs.
Oh,
Sorry Y'all, I'm officially
shit.
off the market, Carl's Karma.
How was your wedding, doll? Oh my god. Thank you for tier 3 as well. You cutie batoots. I'm not that bad, Dark. I'm not that bad, I swear. Thank you so much. How was it? Tell me everything. Congratulations. Aha, we have ta-da! Here's the grandpa. Gingerbread in Candyland, Uncle in Candyland, Sweet Gold, the foot in the sky, the gold and the little duck, Bath on rollerblades, the alien parade, here comes the ape, and the visitor and the little duck. Now this is very nice. Now that's very, very nice. What else do we have for the kids? Funhouse puppet. Right. Right. I may not stop, Carla. Aww. How many people did you have at the wedding? Like 50? 50 small? Lot of pussy popping? Oh yeah. Ethan, thank you for 85 as well. My god. Oh, it's a new release day. Wait. Xenocat, perfect. I'm gonna get 10. Is a new release. $68. Oh my god. Was it hard to get the numbers down, or were you just like, nope, nope? Because I can imagine that being quite tricky. Let me put this down, one moment. Is she vomiting still? Oh shit, where is she?
No, it's not sure.
$15 raise? What? I've already give you a $9 raise. I'll give it to him. She got a $5 raise yesterday. That's what I'm saying, Beck. This is the 90s. She's got it good. What the hell? But I want her so desperately, so I'm gonna pay it. True, Chimes, yeah. And the real ones would understand as well. This is highway robbery. I know, how am I gonna keep up with everything? If she does fall asleep again, though. One moment. One moment, please. Hello? Night shifts? You've got time to come in, doll. Don't you use that mouth with me? Oh my god. I'm gonna sell some of these, I think. Just to have some stuff. I know she should do a little bit more for that raise, but sometimes in life you just gotta go, alright, fine. Oh my god, $5.50. She's making a lot then. Wait. Hold. My first job in 2010 was $7 an hour. Nice. 69 a day. Damn. That's pretty good for her. Oh. Well, it's good for the game because she probably serves like what? How many employees a day? Oh no. Are you feeling better? I'd make more money renting this one and this one. Oh wow, Daydream, hell yeah. Deserved. I guess the shift is quite long. Yeah, it is. Okay. 14-hour shift, Monday through to Wednesday. 16-hour shift on Saturday. Yeah, I guess so. But she does fall asleep a lot. And half the time, nothing's happening. But that is fucked. She wins this time. Yeah, Kit, that happened to me. They were like, first day they came in and said, I don't feel too good. I was like, well, we need you to work. It's your first day. And then they went, fine, I quit. I'm like, okay. Oops. Sure, sure. Sure, babe. One moment. Yes.
Then use the fan.
Lily, I was like, fuck, should I say this? Because I think people are going to think I'm talking about VHS. That's so funny. How are you? Listen. We have a good deal, me and her. I'm good, doll. Funny story. Give it to me. Give it to me. And then next, when I close the store, I'm going to put my pasta in the microwave, okay? Have my pasta while I stream. So I don't fall apart. I'm starting to get that hunger. That hunger thing. The microwave. Can I learn sexy films? Yeah, look. Right here. I do recommend Double Swirl Hag. Yeah, I made $7. And then when I passed the thing, the probation, I think it was like 10. I was 14 though. But a guy at my bar do that. He just got the job. Kept saying he was sick for the first week. Eventually just left his key out the back entry because he never wanted. But what? Hello, Nat. Striker, not yet, but soon. I'm gonna buy more tomorrow. Don't you dare microwave pasta. It's a frozen thing. It's a frozen pasta. Yeah, give me the job. What the hell? If I lived closer to you, Nat, I would work with you. I did have my RSA. But I don't. I'm far. I'm far, far away. 8 a.m. Oh, shit. Oh. Are you kidding me? This whole time the store wasn't open. Oh my god. I thought it was open. Okay, wait. Sorry, guys. That's my bad.
I know she lies.
Okay, I'm gonna go put my pasta in the microwave. I'll be back.
Hey.
So actually, it's like you're giving, like, happily married because she's 2 months straight. She's still not a plan what she looks like. Yeah, but she looks like she's like someone who reads a book be careful. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Do Whiskey's feet still stink? Bro, Carla, what are you doing?
Should we do round 2?
Wait,
No,
stop.
I'm
Oh,
good.
actually, you have to.
I smell something already.
You have to do it. No, don't freeze. Don't freeze. One thing real simple.
Yeah, to be fair, the guy.
Not,
The guy massaging the oil. That's why your brain's still.
not great. Hey, why could be cream mold? Everyone.
That's crazy.
Bro, I don't know what I said today. You don't normally
Huh?
wear like with jeans and a
A girly shirt.
you normally wear like a long.
T-shirt.
You only wear like one of these and like a fucking beanie, and you're like, alright, I'm playing beanie. Walk right or 6 hours to that.
I don't never wear a beanie shirt.
Yes, you do.
I don't sometimes today.
You wear beanies all the time.
In Japan, it's summer in Australia. I don't bring a beanie.
You wear them when it's cold.
I haven't worn a beanie in 5 months. 6 months.
For 5 months you wear them.
Okay, do something crazy. Injustice's sister.
Guys, you know what? Guys, this is such a mum thing. Mum just WhatsApps me this. Where is it? Where did she send me this? Oh, she just messages me. She gets, I guess, a photo, a group photo from Japan and just sends me this. Just sends the crop of me in messages. No text, no words, just sends me the crop of me. Thank you, Mummy. I'm seeing her tomorrow. Yes, Mum, that is me. It's true. My pasta's in the oven. Really, Nat? Natalie. Like, sure, babe. Sure. I mean, it's cute. But also hilarious. Maybe you forgot I did. I didn't know what I looked like. Damo, how have you been, doll? Oh, she's asleep. Bro, are you kidding? I just gave you a $15 pay rise. Do I have my alien thing?
Wow.
Fire her. Like, I know I posted it. So funny.
Hey.
The Cow Juice Freak Show. Sounds like my Friday night.
Ooh.
As a mum, I'm in constant awe of how beautiful my daughter is, and that will never go away. Oh, Beck. Yeah, she is cute like that. She is like... She is the epitome of affirmation. Like, we were on FaceTime the other night, and she was like, oh, you look gorgeous, by the way. So beautiful. Like, thank you. Thank you so much. How can anyone beat that? Keep winning stars. You can press B for design tool and then change it. That's my mum voice, yes. I just realized about the thing I missed, chat. I'm bold. Wait, what happened? Oh, maybe David. Wash my treasure? No, my favorite is double swirl hag. I know Rachel was the best, but I do this one. This girly is good because she doesn't really complain that much. But you know, double swirl hag is my favorite. I gotta get the thing out of the microwave, but I wanted to yap first. Didn't want to just stand in the kitchen. Double swirl hag, my favorites. Bad backs, yep, sounds like me. Peasant in Miami. Miami? My favorite. Sounds like me when I went to the States. The Jester in Autumn. That's a romance, by the way. Apparently. So you're gonna make a cup of spaghetti? No, 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 no. I wouldn't even know how to do that. I just had I keep some emergency pasta meals in the freezer for when I want something quick. It's actually not bad. It's weirdly affordable though, which obviously it's a frozen meal, but it's a good cheap little hack, especially for me when I stream because I get very distracted. Spaghetti enema. Hey, listen. It is, but I think for streaming, I would want to make it like if I were to do an Alfredo or a carbonara from the packet, I would want to do that the night before because it's still 10 minutes and I have to stir and I'll just get distracted. Whereas this is just 4 minutes in the thingy-mabob, but I agree. I would prefer an Alfredo for sure. This one is a carbonara though. 4 minutes. Oh, I love a frozen pizza too. Yum. Emergency freezer food. But it's in liquid form. Yum. I have also backup frozen meals. Yeah, because like if you bought, say, a carbonara on Uber Eats. Oh my god. Very expensive. Sometimes like you can get a good deal, but oh cow, yum. Yum yum yum. Beck, it can be. Especially if you pick it up from the store. Been really into my meal prep. Okay, new color. Okay, purple. Frozen MILFs. Yeah, I got to get back into my meal prep. I was doing this yummy, yummy rice and spicy beef stir fry thing. And it was the best to eat every night. And I think all up that cost me like maybe $20 and I got 4 meals out of it, maybe. So quite nice. And a fresh pasta meal, true. I don't know what I'm doing tonight. I'm either gonna do, I suggested white people burrito night or a batchy banh mi, which what that is it's like a banh mi. It's like a pork roll, but it's not a pork roll. So it's you get a hot chicken from Woolies because it's a bachelor's handbag, and then you get the roll in the like the banh mi, and you get everything else like the pate, the spring onion, whatever, but you put the chicken in there instead, and it's so good. So good. Batchy banh mi. Watching a stream in the US, they said they were snowed in. Oh god, Panda. El Paso. Yeah, it's so good. We wanted to make it for you guys. I think it was, what did we recently do? I think you all came over on a public holiday. I don't know. And we wanted to do that, but we're like, oh, we'll do it another time. I think it was Oz Day. We did like a unofficial public holiday game day because we're all free, which is kind of unheard of. Barbecue school, bread rolls, and battery acid pasta salad. Got the battery acid pasta salad. White people burrito night is a meme because people have this audio on TikTok and it's like white person taco night, and it's basically just El Paso, which is the kit, lettuce, tomato, cheese, sour cream. Like it's what we've all grown up on. So I say it as a bit of a meme, but it is nice. $30? Okay. What do you want? Are you fucking kidding me, Charlotte? Like, I'll give it to you, but like every day she wants a raise. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna get my pasta. But now I feel like the batchy banh mi. Maybe that's the play tonight. That would be really nice. I'd like a raise too, Charlotte. I'm not making any money.
Log in? No. I could.
What? Are you kidding me? I just gave you a raise and now you're asleep? You can't make this shit up. Cal, that's a good question. What's regular? Every day? Charlotte sucks. I love how everyone hates Charlotte. This is so funny. Fast milk pursuit. Wait, let's see. If I stand still for a sec, let's see if it works. I was not regular in Japan, I'll say that. Let's see if she falls asleep. Give her a minute. Give her a minute. 2 gnomes, 1 naked. Oh, shit. I forgot that's my title. The toilets are amazing. Set title. 10 VHS for $10. Late fee, $40. You broke it. You bought it. I moved. I know. I'm sorry. Hello, yes.
Oh.
Little air fryer. Yeah. I was scared about the dryer. I won't lie to you. But the toilet was fun. Or it made like bird noises if you turn it on. What the hell? When I first used the bidet, I did wipe because I was like, well, I'm sloppy wet right now. I didn't know about the I didn't know the drying thing until I did it. Ouchies. Air dried hole. Yeah. This bra is not fitting me today. What's going on? The straps need to be tightened. Is the air warm? The water's warm. I didn't try the air. Who aired their hole in Japan? Let us know. The water made me feel things.
Oh.
Someone's blowing your booty? When the water first hit me, as some of you heard on the vlog or stream, I did go, oh! Because it was so like, it's so accurate. I don't know how they were so accurate. Life changing. Yeah, Chris loves his bidet. It's not sharp. It felt really gentle and warm. Poseidon's kiss. Go. But no, it felt... I didn't hate it. There's a remote guy with a camera who aims it. Imagine someone's job is aiming the bidet. Queen nutcrackers. Skeleton nutcrackers. Thanks, Tig. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed making it. You know, I'm gonna sell one of these. $14. Where you going for your honeymoon, Chimes? Ups and downs as well. And you're right. The Queen of the Smoke.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. You broke the DVD, babe. I haven't seen that episode of South Park, but the name of that terrifies me, and I know it will be good. Yeah, I know. Because Chris never had a bidet either, and then he got convinced to buy one. And then now he's all for it. Hazy, hello. Yes. Okay, Chimes, brilliant. You were gonna love it there. I can't wait to go back. Yes, Jeffy. You need to. Group chat went, oh. I would love to go back now. It's silly. Like, desperate. Heated flooring? Yep. God, there's so much to return. Maybe I do need an employee. And now we have all the horror. I swear I was depressed for a few days after leaving. Apparently that's a normal thing for people who go to Japan. Japan especially, I think. Those Japanese toilets. Ugh. It was interesting using a toilet, although, wait. Some of them have like a sink on top, which is cool. But I was gonna say that even like the public toilets were cleaner than some people's homes. I was like, what the hell? Okay, flex. I love how you want me to fire Charlotte. If she, look, here's a promise. If she asks for a raise tomorrow morning, we'll fire her. Oh, not my quiet time with the hobo. I love that film. Wait, it's porn day tomorrow, I think, guys. I think so. Is it porn day tomorrow or today? Tomorrow! Alright, let's end. Let's see what she does in the morning. She's 75 a day. We should, yeah, probably buy another copy of the, that hobo movie. That was real nice. Fire her, let's see. I am attached to her, kind of, I won't lie. Oh no, yeah, heated seat. The heated seat was really nice but scary at first. Because I sat down thinking that someone had just sat down and I was like, who's been in my house? The heated seat was really nice, especially when it's cold. The bidet, the music, if you're pooping, you can put some music on to cover your plops. Not that I would do that because I would rather hear someone plop than hear music because I know they're plopping anyway. But, you know. Alright, let's see if she does anything. But wait, we can do this. Should we? Should we do more that way? Or should we do bigger this way?
It takes
We went to Universal and they had themed toilets. That is so cute. I will say a cute thing about the toilets in Disney is they had sinks for kids. So it was just tiny ass sinks. I pee too loud? You don't pee too loud. I will admit though, I do this sometimes. I'll turn on the tap sometimes. But sometimes I don't care. Because I'm like, listen, I pee like a racehorse. Get over it. I was trained for my times working at Woolies. Where I had to beg to go to the toilet. Because we were so busy. Illegal, I know, but I didn't stand up for myself back then because I was 14. Reserved. Actually, I can... Do I have more copies of that? I do. My parent, forever yours. Always joke I pee violently and that usually gets a laugh or confused. No, because I remember... The last person I lived with years ago would joke and be like, are you okay? Like, you sound like a horse in there. Like, what's with that flow? I'm like, I'm just getting what I need. I'm just getting it out. I'm not even pushing. I'm ruined. Back, no. Babes.
Oh.
Thank you, Queen. Should I expand? Love the honesty, yeah. Other times it can be just a little tinkle. Stripping porcelain's crazy. Other times it can just be a little tinkle. Other times I don't know who I am in there. You know? And that's okay. I guess that's the plus of living by yourself. Is absolutely destroying that porcelain. Just pressure washing with your pish. I'm going to expand. Whoa. What? How are we meant to do this?
It's like a spot. Hey, enough sugar.
Whoa. Okay, wait. This could be the adult room. And I can put all my posters here. What the hell? Oh no. That's the corn? Should we make this the porn corner? I have to buy so much porn for it to be a porn corner though.
Hey.
Unless I make one half of this porn and one half romance. The Guna Cave. I wish I can put... Oops. I wish they had more.
You naughty boy.
Sarah!
Unleash Louise 22 has gifted a sub to Lay_Mr.
Hello, Joe.
44 months doll. Yes, Carl's happy.
Thank you. How are you? What the hell? One porn shelf. Porn star carpet. I'm trying to think. Because I do want a Guna Cave. Or maybe I make like this. I do like this here though. I won't lie to you. Maybe I make one half romance and one half goon. Girl.
Oh.
We've made the decision. So what? Are we thinking... Are we thinking Guna, bigger Guna corner here and then like romance this way? Goon next to sci-fi is a high IQ strat. That's what I'm saying. Or do we make this all porn? We don't have enough DVDs. I guess we could, for now... Oh. We could make this the porn area, the porn corner for now, and then once we get more titles, we can make it the full porn room.
You looking big Justice's sister?
The porner, if you will. Because he's only here Tuesday and Thursday, so I think maybe by the time this month is up, we'll be able to have a full porn thing. Wait, I want to do that, Lemurs. That's smart. Hold. It's a short-term problem. Listen. Trying to make it the porner. We gotta get the cuck chair in. I did like this cuck corner though. I won't lie to you. Ooh, that does look nice. And then next to the aliens, and then romance over here. No, you can buy some, babe. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
I just saw your acorn.
Wait, Trace. Yeah, that's my goat. That's my absolute goat doll. Bloody killing it. What says porn? I do like the wood, pun intended though. The wood is kind of a vibe. Wait. It says 80s porn. The wood's nice. Let me just test out a feature wall here. Hold. Ooh. I think the black's a vibe. And then here. Ooh, that kind of makes that wall pop. Wait. Wait.
Naughty boy.
That's kind of a vibe.
Aquapire 2000 has gifted a sub to Undeezy did.
That's a vibe. We'll suss it out. We'll suss it out. Carl, thank you for gifting Morgan a sub. Yippee! And thank you again, Lamers, for that. That's real nice. That's a great Guna cave. I like that. Oh. Go on, look at the pawn, King. Looks like they're shy. No need to be shy. The pawner. Oh, sorry, sir. What do you need? Oh. Oh. Okay, now I gotta make more money to buy more shelves. I like that down there. Hammer boy, you're back. How are you, doll? The pawner. That's real nice. The pawner room is looking pretty cozy. If I can say that. I just did. Mm. That's okay, Cal. I thank people a million times, so you're all good. Maybe we'll know. Actually, I think I can tell you. Hold. No. Usually it will tell you if you're on desktop if you press the bell top right. But it's okay. Tammy, how's work going, doll? Hottie alert. Uh-oh, Tammy's here. Oop. Mm. Mm. Yeah, babe. Yeah. Wait, porn. Give me it. Fill my pumpkin. His massive shroom strikes again. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Why is his shroom striking again? The hell? It better be good quality. Mm-hmm. Fine, turn it on. I hate when that happens to me. Alright. We're done. Oh, I haven't done any... I gotta do this. I kind of wanted to do that for a second. Thanks, Queen. How fast do you do it? Alright, that's enough. So slow. We can't do this. We've got porn to sell. I can't wait to have more money to really pimp that porn room. I can't wait for it to be all porn. Although I do admit the alien back there, like the alien area, looks cool too. Who's making these usernames? How are you doing it so quick? I don't want to sack her. Because even though she's kind of not doing her job, we had a few people before we got her that just didn't do their job and they were doing it worse. So it's in our best interest just to keep her for a little bit. But if she asks for another pay rise, if she asks for more than $7 in a pay rise, she is getting sacked. That's what I'm saying, Terrell. Exactly. Long time lurker. Oh my god, thank you so much, Phil My Pumpkin. I really appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. My absolute goat. Cree, what the hell? That is my oldest emote. That is my oldest emote. No one uses it. I honestly gotta change it, but it's so funny because it's so bad. Thank you. How are you, doll? What the fuck? That was a jump scare for me, actually. That scared me a little bit. But thank you. Can I send you home? No. I'm good, doll. Just busy. Kind of just been streaming and editing. Little stream, a little edit girl. Where did that come from? I don't know. But good to see you. Thank you. Advertising the porno. Listen. Porno. Oop. Oh. Keeping my sailor oiled up. And who ordered the hot banjo? And squeezing werewolf. Wait, people ordered a lot of porn. What the hell? Sure. That's a good look. Bring it back. Thank you. You're right. I probably should. Okay, I didn't realize how many bloody... Okay, I have too many DVDs. Okay, we're up to date. Up to date. We're back. Oh, this is a kid movie? Oh, I just realized some of this could be... Ah, I put some kids in there. Romance, romance, romance. Okay. Kid. My bad. Alright, we're good. Porn prob accounts for 74% of video rental. True. True. The crooner corner. Was that Santa shitting in a chimney? Maybe. The emote is going... The emote is someone going to the porner. We're going to come and rent a movie. Come on, Connie. I want you to rent 5 of them. Me as I walk up to the porner. Great. Honestly, they're very similar. The kids and the action are very similar. I'm lucky that porn... Oh, it's somewhat purple, which makes it easy. Double Swole Hag, my favorite film. A cheating room. What does a cheating room mean? Don't you dare go in the back. What are you gonna ask for? Guys, if she asks for more than $10, we will fire her. If she asks for less than 10, I'll give it to her. Perfect. Thank you. Get to work. Perfect. Connie, you know what? I knew exactly what you meant, Dom. If I could put a sign up saying that, like a proper neon sign, I would. Charlotte is a cunt. I love how much you hate Charlotte, guys. That's crazy. Oh. Think you're having my back, I guess. You said 7. Okay, fine, 7. Hey guys, welcome in. Beast emergency room?
Ooh.
I miss renting movies too. Yeah, true, you're right. Oh, it was Valentine's Day. Nothing today, tomorrow, and then we have Friday the 13th and a new thingy-mabob. We do have to up this. Fudge slime. Girl. What the hell? Oh, not good. She's sleeping again. Renting movies from the porner. Good adult film, you cheeky bitch. Yeah, you cheeky little bitch. Yeah. I know exactly what to get you. Feel my pumpkin.
Oh.
You enjoy, you gooner. Yeah. You going back to the porno doll? Oh, you mixed in with some sci-fi doll. Alright. You can go to the left. Check out the left. Oh. Oh, what is he grabbing? Yep. Go for it, doll. Your secret's safe with me. Oh, he's getting some snacks for his goon. Oh, his basket's so full. Perfect. Goon snacks. Yeah, Porner is wild. Do you like it, doggo? Sounds like my Friday night. Yes. Yeah, the plot can be fun. Actually, the plot pisses me off. I'm joking. Broken. Oh, quiet time with dinosaurs gone, guys. Can't goon on an empty tummy. That's crazy. Like, you're right, but... What do you want, dog? Horror movie.
Oh.
Enjoy, doll. I can't believe that. Actually, I'm gonna put this here. Date night with my soldier. A classic. I didn't mean to throw a movie at her. That's my bad. Jared, hello. How are you, doll? Yes? Yeah, I went to, Condom Kingdom in Surfers Paradise. And that was wild. It was packed as hell. It was packed. And they had different little connies and everything you can think of.
Hey.
It was a lot. Hello? Stuffing your what? Where? Oh, Trace, as you do. Yeah, honestly, I think it's still a thing. An old romance movie. I know, just the hit classic. The Floating Monkey in Love.
Wow.
Yep. Yep. But it's more like rubber. Yep. Came back with extra bags. Full to the brim. Filled, rather. Extra bagger.
Huh?
Hi, Cass. How are you, Dom? Broken.
Hey.
Not now, doll. The bread's burning point. Oh. Uncle and Candyland. Ah, yes, my favorite kids movie. That was Australia. Fun fact.
Ooh.
Hi, Ron. How are you, doll? Yeah, we still have a lot of adult stores. I just don't think they're really... I don't think they're that busy, but I could be very wrong. Next where I get my fried chicken, you get it all. Fantasy. Bath on rollerblades. Oops. Science fiction. There you go. Yes. A romance. Alright, doll. Enjoy.
Oh.
Yep. Don't say I don't do anything for you, please. Me when I spread misinformation. What's the hot goss, doll? Good to see you. Tomorrow, so I still think I'm going to, but it also might not happen because I have done 10 days in a row. I was a bit naughty. So if I'm live tomorrow, I'll be doing an afternoon stream. So a lot of you will either still be up because you're night owls, or some of you will wake up to me. But I'm not too sure. I reckon I will. But if I don't, I'll let the Discord know, and you know why. I'm just need the day. Because I'm seeing mum in the morning anyway. But if I'm not on tomorrow, then I'll see you US Sunday, my Monday. Alright. But I probably will be. You know how I am. Oh, I probably... No, I shouldn't. Hey guys, I'm live. Oop. Sounds good. And then next week will be my usual 5 streams. And then I have my cousin's wedding on the weekend. 4 hours away. Bloody hell. Oh my god. I feel like I haven't seen that emote big in so long. That's 6 years old, that emote. At least my hair still kind of fits it. A little wedding. I'm keen to boogie, I tell ya. Thank you. Enjoy your goon. Yeah, you're going old school. Thank you. Very old school. A refrigerator? That should go in the corner. What's today? Nothing. $400? What for? You make my emote big. Hey, baby. How was your night? Are you still with the pals? $400 my ass. Oh my god, Cal, that's cute. That's real cute. Gamer wedding.
Hey.
Hey. The 31st? Oh, right. Sorry, that makes more sense. You're meeting them somewhere and staying somewhere. That's cool. How fun, doll. You excited? Nice. Thank you for the sub. Definitely not boring if you haven't been here. You will love it if you haven't been here.
Kamisi _ just subscribed.
Kamisi, hello. 34? Okay, Flex. Thank you so much. Oh. Oh. How are you, doll? I will be buying that refrigerator when I have the money. Oh. I haven't been to a Mardi Gras actually, but I just haven't had, I think every time I miss it somehow, but I feel like it's always fun, you know? Can I say something? Yes, please. Tell me. Say it out loud. Oh, Pig, why are you being cute? Stop it. Oh. Was I a little podcast for you, doll? There, I said it. I can't believe you said something so crazy. I thought that said Gooner at war.
Oh.
We haven't fired Charlotte yet. Yes. Yet. She's getting there. Oh my god. Pig, you poor thing. I'm so sorry. That did happen. I was screaming a little bit today. His massive shroom. Oh, Wally, enjoy, babe. Enjoy, doll. I'm not judging you. You do what you need to do. He's got a gun. And alright, sweetheart, we're all grown up. You beat me to adult movie, didn't get to enjoy you. Fucking slash. Where's Double Swirl Hag?
Oh.
Yep. That's my favorite movie. Not the alright, sweetheart. Okay, goon. Alright, Gooner Central. Oh my god, Cal! I'm glad you're giggling, doll. Hell yeah. I'll take a little giggle and a gaggle. I kind of zone out when I play this game, I'm not gonna lie to you. But it's a great zone out and talk game. So we make it work. Please, an adult film. Oh, Xeno Cat, okay. I think you're going to get a promotion and raise. I'd like to. I'm not making any money in this store. One moment. Hello? Yeah, I'll reserve it. Someone was dressed up as Wally, Mickey. And it was funny because yesterday someone's like, where's Wally? And I was like, haha, yeah, where is he? You know, I didn't think much of it. And then I turned around and he was staring at me. And I was like, oh, right. You're telling the truth. Reserve this. You know I would if I could. You know I would, okay? A damn sweater. Bloody hell. Yes, doll, what do you need? Ooh. Hello? Uncle in Candyland? Sounds like an adult film, honestly. If I can be honest with you. Alright. $4.50. Let's get this stupid fridge. They don't have a loan system in this game, which is good, but also I want one. Should I put the refrigerator in Goonerland? For a laugh? Oh. What else we got here? Oh yeah, get that up here. My pawn guy? Is it Thursday? Crazy comms by me. One minute, guys. It's pawn day. What do you got for me? The sculpture in my pants. The inmate in the velvet room. Great. Death to the mammal. That's terrifying. The sheriff and the little duck. Alright, thank you, sir. Alright, we got some porn. The shelf is filling up, guys. Yes, how can I help you? Uncle Candyland, you freak. Here you go, doll.
Wow.
More for the porner. You know the porn is good if you buy it in an alley. That's what I'm saying. Because I don't think... And I wonder if they'll change that. You can't buy the porn normally. You have to get it in the back alley. That's what she said. Which is annoying because I would buy a lot of porn in game. You know? Unless there's like, I don't know. Unless you can and I have missed it. Romance, horror, kid, action, Christmas. No, you can, so you can, I can rebuy these, but they're so expensive. But look how many there is. There's so many to find. So I don't know how we're gonna do it, but I'm interested. What the hell? Alright. For the Pawner. I like my little fridge in the Pawner, that's good. Alright, take your pawn and go. Go on. What's our goal now? I guess we could get, oh, that's one. That's 1,500. So you could buy anything you want. For example, Double Swirl Hag is my favorite film, but it's super expensive. So it's $73 to buy. But it is good. So I'm really attached to this porno. I just think it's so funny. So when someone broke it, we bought another copy. So Afterpay? So you can buy any film, but they're so expensive. Well, you can purchase stuff you like. New movie genre soon. Oh! I'm going to use my American Express credit card. Yeah, Axel, so sorry. Crazy comms by me. Crazy comms. Crazy frog, rather. I'm a crazy girl. Oh my god. Crazy girl. Great. Look at these freaks. On Friday the 13th, guys, they just stare into here. That's all they do. Is they just stare at me. Cree, not Jolene. Fortunately, I was able to afford this porno with Buy Now Pay Later by Klarna. Hello, doll. How are you, sweets? Exactly. Thank you so much, Cree. Jump scare again, but I do appreciate it. Only a little jump scare. Wallet wizard. I haven't heard that in a while. I'm gonna sell this. Actually, I don't think I can. I Klarna my Eras Tour tickets. Honestly, smart. Bloody smart. You secured the juice. I'm good, Fresh. How are you? Hello, John. Reserved. Have you considered buying 30 copies of Double Swirl Hag? Wait. That's really funny. 10 is $700. So we'd have to start with 10 copies. But we could, David, yes. It was free when I went a year later. Exactly. Oh, some brewskis still? What's your poison today? Do I have room in fantasy? I'm selling all these. Stop looking at me, you slut. I wonder if you can do anything to them. IPAs. Oh, doll. Jam out with your clam out. That's crazy. It's Friday the 13th, so I think they just stand. I don't know the point of it, but they just stand there. That's okay, Freedom. I won't see you. I'll see you your Sunday, I think. Latest. Have a stonen sleep, doll. Forever. You know what? We had a beautiful 10 days together, doll. Very romantic. You weren't pressured to buy snacks. What a lie. That weirdo in your office? Where? Ew! What? Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child!
Can I call the
Look at
cops?
Cheddar just subscribed. Yes, hello. I was wondering if you have Sandy Cheeks gets her bikini bottom clapped on VHS. Could you reserve it for me, please? Thank you.
Aww.
Carl's look.
I will reserve it for you.
Oh.
Even though I didn't realize that was the title name. I didn't notice them, Mikey. What the hell? Cheddar, thank you so much for 28. Crazy comms. But I needed that. Thank you so much. I'm so confused why he's there. Like I'm sure it's just a hee hee ha ha, but shouldn't you be able to ask him to leave? No judgment zone, doll, because I love my double swirl hag, so I would never judge you, sweets. Alright? Mikey, get some rest as well. Good night, Freedom. Good night, Mikey. If I see you... If I'm on tomorrow, I might see you. If I don't see you, I'll see you when I normally stream next. We're doing Red Dead 2, Pacopia next week. More of this. We kind of have a lot on next week. Girl. Sorry. It's a big vibe. Like, this week was already vibey, but next week's gonna be even bigger, I think. That's what she said, but it's true. Hey, doll. A new release? Sure.
Ooh.
Ooh. Me too. If I don't see ya, I'll see you when I see ya. But I'm glad we got to spend a lot of time together the last 10 days. Love a good vibe. Yeah, exactly right. So I might be live. It will be Aussie afternoon tomorrow. If I have the spoons to do it. I really want to. But I'm also giving myself some leeway if I'm like a bit pooped from the week. Okay. Port. And then we have our horror. Oh, this lady loves the adult movies. What's her name again? Florence. She loves Double Swirl Hag. One moment. Why are you here? What the hell? Hello? You can give me a poster. Florence is a freak. Yeah. Do you like the porn, ask? Look at that.
I was doing a stanky leg.
She definitely has a machine. Yep. Yep. We have the porner.
Ooh.
We are saving up our money for the next expansion here. It's going to be so big. That's what she said. Do we have any more things to buy? I don't really want to, but I wish you could buy porn. That's crazy, but I wish you could buy it without going to the dealer for it. Wait, Art, we're so close.
They punched the fuck out of my feet.
That's
They
crazy.
beat the shit out of my back. It was amazing.
No, Bantam's like, I was like, so first of all, they thought Sasha Bantam was
Abby, yap. Caramel popcorn. Love knows no bounds. Exactly.
Hey.
Hey. Hi, doll. A Christmas movie? Okay. Hey.
Wow.
The porno is kind of crazy. I understand. I understand why it's going to be in your dreams. I get it, doll. It's in my dreams too. I know. I know. That's the issue, Crash. And I want new titles as well. So you can only score titles you have. But we really don't have money to do that. But when I do have money, I will just get more double swirl hag. You're in my dreams. Meow. Sorry. Yes, don't want some porn? An old movie? I'll give you an old movie, doll. Feel my pumpkin. I have to go. No, I have to wake up early for the train. No! No, it's okay. Do what you need to do, doll. I'll see you soon. Either tomorrow or a couple days I'll be live. We're really doing it. We're doing it to him. We're bloody doing it to him. Oh, big stretch. I did 8 hours yesterday, so today I'm going to treat myself and not do 8 hours. No regrets though, it was so much fun. Wait, Mickey, you like it? Isn't it cute? See you soon, Cal. Ethan, sometimes I have no dreams. Thank you for the sub. Hi, honey.
Put your ass away,
I
child!
bloody love him.
Honey just subscribed.
I
I
love
love your dedication to simulators, Carl's height.
this one. Has been a really, really good one. One of the best I've played. Thank you so much for your dedication to the channel. How about that? Thank you for 20 months. How are you, doll? I really, 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 really appreciate all forms of support, even if you're lurking or yapping. I appreciate it. Now, I've been a bit naughty, but I'm proud of myself. I think this week I did... Well, today, so in 10 days, I've done 10 streams and 3 YouTube videos, so... And 2 reels, actually. So I have done the work. So that's why my brain's a little bit fried. I love it to bits, though. I love it to bits, but my brain gets a little bit fried when I, And I got to switch too, exactly. We can get a tour of the store. So, in here is the area you can't really customize. We made this together yesterday, so we have a bit of a... We have the movies for sale. We have this guy looking at us because it is Christmas time. And we have our drama, our fantasy, our kids, romance, action. We have Christmas in the main slot because it is Christmas time. This is a work in progress. It was the Guna corner. And then we have our little display here. It's just our fun little holographic titles because they're so pretty. This is our horror corner. This is our new release area. We got double snacks. Very nice. Down here is the porner, where they can buy porn and a drink. Little sci-fi area. And then I think there'll be more porn over here once I get more. And then this is our office. We didn't design this. But that's pretty much it. Hardworking girly. I had to really pop off because I had so much time off. But I'm glad to be back.
Wait, how was it then?
Okay, so
What if we had a heart-to-heart in the porno? I would really like that. Thanks, B. How are you? The double swirl hag corner. When I get enough money, I will buy more double swirl hag. The movie is actually a YouTube video of mine.
there's a fan?
Yeah. No, it blows your Did you use the fan?
This is on YouTube. It was the craziest stream of my life.
Sometimes it goes.
We were in a mood. I really recommend you watch if you want to giggle. But for a joke, I thought we'd put it up. You can just put like this on. You can put their stuff on. But I thought it was funnier to have my own. You like the porno? Yeah, the cuck chair and the porno? Thank you for noticing. Thank you, thank you. I needed that. Wait, are we making more money? Talk to me. What are we making? Rentals, $2.94. 33 served. Movies returned, movies rented. Wow. It does look nice, doesn't it? We get a decent amount of XP. Abby, really? We should play more. Oh wait, look. Bad Dreams on Mel Road is out, guys. That's so funny. Finally. It's very well made. Very well made. Art, yeah. I'm gonna get rid of you. I'm gonna put you...
I don't be playing with the boys. Maybe I'd like poke it.
What are you saying? It's like
I was in a mood that night. I was just getting reactions from them.
you playing Fortnite.
Should I check out the new season sometime next week? Little cap. Alright, Saturday. Cool. Alright. Well, are there snipers in the new season? Or do I have to play OG? Close. Nearly had a full thing. Vampire hot dog. Oh, it's a DMR. Oh, there's a new sniper. Hi, Grim. Hello, doll. How was your stream? Tell me everything. Wait, why is my thing like old? Okay. Hi, doll. What were you playing? I am currently obsessed with this game, so Raiders, my apologies. This game has me in a chokehold. I played 8 hours yesterday. More Ark, more Red Dead, more DBD, more Fort, more simulators. We're eating. No, truly, Empacopia as well. We're low-key eating. Wait, what did I do this week? Let me see. I'm curious. Let me go to Sully Gnome. Carla. Oh, wow. Very much variety. How many new games did I play this week? I played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? 5, 6, 7. No, I played 7 different titles this week. Oh, shit. Whoopsies! Hell yeah. Planned for 2, stayed for 8. Yes, exactly. Whoopsies. The Feb drought was worth it, true. I told you, I promised it would be. Grim, I hope your stream was good, doll. Thank you so much for the raid. If you got a raid and run as well, please don't stress. I understand. But thank you. Ooh. 6, 7. You know what, Abs? I think I am. I did promise that when I was away. I was like, I promise you guys, you will be eating so good when I'm back. And I did keep that promise. I feel. I hope at least you feel that way. That's my streamer!
Hey.
Hey. The disco under the bed. Fast milk pursuit. Excuse me, yes? Xenocat, amazing. What does it say on the title? The feline will hear you scream.
Oh.
Real. We good mama. Abs ask. Thank you, doll. The new zipline thing is awesome. There's a new zipline thing? Okay, so maybe we should try it out.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Adult movie. Drama, drama, drama. Drama. Fantasy. Fantasy. Drama. Romance, romance. Deploys a zip line like Arc but faster.
Hey, somebody.
Wait, that's cute as. What?
Ooh.
Ooh. That's fun. We'll do a bit of everything, I think. True. Yeah, maybe they got that from... Wait, nah.
Aww.
They totally got that from... In a good way. They got inspo from Arc for sure. It has to have been from Arc because they've had... Like, Fortnite's been around for 8 years. They definitely saw or played that and went, that's a good idea. Love that for us. Nah, surely. Not in a bad way. I think they did. Hey, doll. Right? When Carla's streaming, I'm seated and I'm eating good, sis. Wait. Thank you. Aw, that's so nice. Abby. Hey, that's really, really sweet to say. I'm honestly just trying to get back into a groove. And, I'm sorry, and yes. Like, without a doubt, great simulator. I don't know, I've had just a really good groove with content. Like a groove that I haven't felt in years, which is really, really good. Or at least like a year. Not even in a bad way, it's just the last year a lot happened. So I think I'm just in a groove and I'm really excited to just try and give you as much as I can. Obviously in a safe manner, because I know you guys don't want me to burn out, but like, I'm just really enjoying it. I don't know. I'm just trying. Say less, Queen. No, it's amazing, Anne. It's everything you could want, really. If you're a simulator... Oh, a good adult film? Sure, babe. If you're a simulator pal, this will scratch your itch. Groove on, girl. Yeah, True Fresh, yeah. Can't find the file to replace the vid in the TV. I feel inept. Here's how I did it. I went to Steam and I said show local file, so it will show you, it'll take you to where you need to go, and then you just click a couple more things, and then you literally rename the video the same as the file that's in there and delete the file. You're gonna make sure it's the same title and then delete the original video in there. Hi, nursery. Doing so well. I do think, first of all, thank you for saying that. I am really excited to be back doing YouTube. It's actually very exciting. Because, not that I haven't wanted to do YouTube, but I've kind of just been a little bit nervous to do it again. And it feels good that I'm actually committing to a couple videos a week on top of streaming, you know? It's kind of exciting. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. Do you prefer Anna, by the way? Sorry. Yeah, I was like, I wonder if they prefer Anne. So I went with it. I'll Whatever you prefer is fine, by the way. Just let me know. I think I rewatched your Japan vlog like 10 times. I love it. It's honestly good for memories. I'm glad you liked it too. That's cute. Thank you. You can call me tonight. You can call me the. Yeah, get some porn, you cheeky bitch. What are you going for? Oh, no? Okay. Okay. Oh, it's just the first time. It's because I would do this anyway, but it doesn't help my case. I'm Australian. And we shorten everything. Even if someone has a short name like you have a pretty short, clean name, right? And I still shortened it and went, hi, Anne. Like, what? I always just shorten people's name. Like, I call the real Art Vandelay Art, for example. Oh, God. I loved it. That's so nice. That's what I wanted people to feel, so that's really nice. Wait, Carl, good for you, doll. You know? Sometimes you got it. The Aussies shortening names. I know.
Huh?
I know. Like, someone will come in with a... I can't give an example, but someone came in before. And it was fairly long, but it had like... It had a word at the start I could have called them, but I shortened the first word anyway. Yeah, like, I'll call you Abby sometimes, but then... Sometimes shortening someone's name is just like a term of endearment. It's just cute, you know, like... I call you Abs because I think that's cute. If you didn't like that, you can tell me, by the way. But sometimes I'll create a nickname for you guys. You know, like it just kind of happens. No, I know. I call Kyle, but then sometimes my brain malfunctions and I'll call him Aqua. And I'm like, what the hell? Like John changed their name to Natalie Portman, blah, 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 blah. This long ass funny name. And there are some days where I go, hi, Natalie. I'm like, no, that's John. Like, what? Girl. How much do I make? Okay, so making 300 a day now. I can't wait to change it back. Me when Carla calls me a bottom whore. I've literally never called you that ever. Crazy comms. Love when streamers give random nicknames. Like one of my pals calls me Splem. Because he kept saying split versus spilt. Yeah, I think I've called you split and spilt. That's funny. I think I've literally done the same thing. Splem. Yeah, we had a regular. Their name wasn't Cece at all. But I would always struggle to pronounce the first bit of their name. And I started calling them Cece and they like found it funny. But I never stopped. What does Hammer Boy prefer? Art, is that yours? Even my friends who named me Split? What the hell? Nah, I'm so sorry. Whoopsies. You're in trouble. Spilt. Oh my god. Spilt, split, spilt, split. Where is she? Oh, guys, here we go. Ready? Guys, she's making 75. She started on, I think, 39. Should I decline the raise? Good luck making 75 an hour, babe. Well, 75 a day. All right, back to the drawing board, guys. Lawrence. Will never ask for a raise. will never ask for a raise. 40 a day. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. She will take sick days. So she'll end up quitting anyway. But she'll never ask for a raise. Done with her lazy ass! Yeah, because it's sticky lemonade, right? But because there's a few Abbies that come by, so if you say Abby, it's usually someone else. True, yeah. True. But also, Hannah, please love yourself. Yeah, true. Yeah, good luck making 75 a day while sleeping, idiot. We didn't fire Charlotte. She quit. She asked for another $8. And we said no. Like, what? You're not making 80. 80 a day. I mean, it's pretty good money. Like, she deserves it. But still, like, she kept asking for a raise. Get fucked. Co-starred in Double Swirl Hag. Hired. Okay, well, she's average at checkout. We'll just do that. We'll hire her. Yellow! Okay. We need to find a loyal trait with strong immune system. Hi! Hello! We do. We really do. We deserve each other. Me and Bach! 185. True. Hey, babe! Guys, any money? She's gonna say she's sick. Watch this.
No.
She didn't. I'm very impressed. Check out, please, doll. Thank you. That's surprising. Yeah, 90. It's 1990. You're right. Lovely. She was asleep all the time. Can I work for you? Go on. Come on, doll. Gorgeous. Alright. Oops. Hey guys, I'm getting some pamphlets. Come back.
Oh.
Hi, Zesty. Replaced just like that. I'll deploy to walk in here and see with Reggie. She sees her ass replaced. That's what I'm saying. Half her cost. She'll never guys, I'm saving 40 a day pretty much. With this one. We might be able to make that money we need. I'm happy. No, I'm happy. I'm sad it went that way with Charlotte because, you know, I do grow attachments. I didn't think it would end up like that. Some good memories. Caitlin! Lake Titicaca. Hakuna. God, that feels so... I feel like I know what that is, but I forget. Caitlin.
Caitlin just resubbed for 20
I've heard that
months.
before.
Karen wants her 20 fecund wax. Dear God, I hope you get this reference, Lamau.
I get it, but I don't remember, but I've heard that before. Where's that from? I'm growing. Isn't that cool, Hein? Look. So we have our Pawner now. Very exciting. Ooh, Cheddar, when do you start? Hell yeah. Oh, she's making that. Okay. Good luck. You won't need it because you're the goat. This place is special. It's so funny. If I had a curtain, I think potentially when they do an update, they'll add more stuff like that. I want a beaded curtain so bad. I gotta sneeze. It's not coming up. The pawn is looking better than ever. Girl. Girl. Whoopsies. I actually love beading cones. That's what I'm saying. Wait, yes, Caitlin. What the hell? You unlocked a memory. When the TTS said that, I was like, hello? Hey babe, what do you need? A new release? Sure, here you go.
Ooh.
Open your eyes next time. An old fantasy. There you go, doll. Kat took a step back from being online to deal with life stuff. Oh, well, I'm happy for you, doll. Hell yeah.
Hey.
Must be a relief. Sharon. I thought no one heard that. I thought I got away with that. Damn it. Whoopsies. Well, I'm not wrong. Oh my god, Pixel, speak on that. One moment. Yes, one moment.
Wow.
Because speak on it. Hello? No worries, doll.
Stop saying
I'll get it for you. Yes, sir. Babe, you broke something and you were late. Pay it or leave. Give me my movies then. Yeah, you walk away, bitch. I hate your sweater. All right. Crazy. Crazy.
Oh.
Just rude. Just bloody rude. I'm not even getting paid. All my money goes back into the shop. Well, Carl, that's not a bad thing. That's why I said I hate your sweater, you know? He threw it at me, Tammy. Stand behind me. We're getting him. I'm not getting a single cent from the shift. Not a single cent, and this is what I get. All the money goes back into upgrading the porno. Exactly. Raised in a barn. I'm living off cotton candy and chips. Yeah. Exactly. We're slowly making money to expand. I think the pawn guy comes tomorrow. Crazy sentence by me. Yes. I sleep on my porno chair, exactly. No, pawn's in 2 days. 2 days for the pawn. Crazy. The pawn guy! Oh, David. No, I like that. The pawn guy comes tomorrow in 2 ways. It's not my fault. I wanted it today as well. So tomorrow is Blues Monday, so drama's gonna be through the roof, and then we have our pawn guy. The pawn guy comes tomorrow. And then we have UFO sighting and a new release day.
Heard you, bro.
$153? Oh, staff. Oh, because we paid the, oh, that's shit. What? We paid the other girl too and then she quit. Damn, she got paid. That sucks. Comedy? You can put comedy over here.
Can't increase it.
I think we had to pay her, which sucks ass, really. She scammed us. She said, I quit. You already paid me, bitch. Damn it. I'm gonna put some yellow here. Although that's porn. I'm gonna get some... new title vibes. It's cool they give you... oh, here she goes. It's cool they give you 10 free genre movies. Even late stage. It's kind of fun. She's gonna say she's sick or she wants a raise, but she wouldn't because she's loyal, so she has to be just sick. Lemonade, yes I do. Comedy? Just like my live. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. She'll probably quit on me. Oh, she didn't. All right, get to work. Wait, I want to see if this works. Oh, it didn't. Okay, wait. In, out. In. Oh, okay. Out. That's fun. Interesting. Sorry, babe. That's really expensive. Okay. Is it porn day? Tomorrow. I got excited. Shitting on company time. True. She really came in, didn't work her shift and got paid? Yeah. Exactly. Look, if she goes to the toilet, I will be listening in. Hello? Okay, so I have let people go home before, and then we just have to do her job, which is fine. I have done that before, but that was, what was her name? My first employee did that, and I loved her, but she kept doing it. Like, she never was in. So I was like, well, no, you can't. And then she was like, I'm leaving. I was like, okay, well, you're not working. You know?
Whoa.
Ashley, yeah. Please be respectful of others and try to keep this bathroom clean. The last time I attempted to use the toilet, I simply couldn't. There was more pee on the floor than the bowl. If you miss, you clean. That's the rule. What the hell?
Oh.
Whoa! Okay, I was mad at her because they didn't charge the fee. But then that scared me enough that I just don't want to... I can't be bothered with it. What do you want again? Okay. What the hell? Oh. My boss tried to watch me poop. That was one time. Axel, I will. I can't believe she didn't charge the fee. Guys. Why are all my employees bad? If she... I'm telling you, if she keeps doing that, if she keeps not charging, I'm gonna fire her. Hi, Eric. Good to see you, doll. Hello. I'm telling you, she better not. I'm keeping my eyes peeled. You know what, Striker? I truly think you can't win with these employees, which I guess is the fun of the game. At least it makes it hard. I've never seen that before. She didn't charge the late fee. That was the first time I've seen that. I want to see her. Ooh. I don't trust her, and I hate that I can't. I miss Charlotte. I should have given her a pay rise. I mean, she was asleep all the time, yes. But she at least always charged the customers.
Ooh.
You know? Okay, Streak. Pop off, doll. Oh, good idea. Maybe when they're sick, they don't do their job. Not me watching her like a hawk now. Great. I have to be that boss. Good night, Abs. I'll see you next time, doll. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you in a couple days. I am going to try and stream tomorrow, though. But I'm giving myself leeway, guys. If I feel like a bit fried, I'm just going to not. Because tomorrow is going to be a bonus. Hi, Wally. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking me, Hannah. Finally. Finally doing your job, huh? Who would have thought? Yes. Bad dreams on Mel Road. Oh, shoot. Yoink. Sorry.
Ooh.
I will, doll. E-boy. 25 years. Well, usually it's $20 here, but $20 times a few. Oh, doll, not gonna be good. Not gonna be good. No one wants the comedy. All right.
Oh.
Thanks, doll. No need to tell the owner it's crazy. I'll pay the tab. $18,000. God, it doesn't end. It doesn't bloody end. Let me check it's not a porn day. I don't... No, not fill my pumpkin. Damn. Feel like pure shit. Great. Don't tell. Did she do it again, Robert?
Put your ass away, child!
Hey boy.
eBoy07 just subscribed. Carl's love.
Thank you. Thank you for 33. She actually did it again, guys. Did you see it? Thank you so much. Welcome back in, doll.
Hey.
Hey. I can't believe she did that. Doesn't bloody surprise me though. Doesn't surprise me. Great, I'm broken. Guess you choose whether to pay more for workers or pay more for mistakes. True. Let me check the employee catalog. Let me check. Hold. Yeah. Pawn day. Guys, it's pawn day. Maud. The thing is, here's the thing. Our employees that we have, she'll never ask for a raise. So, as much as it's shit that she's letting things slide, she will never ask for a raise. But then on the other hand, she will still be sick. This one will never take a sick day, but she will ask for a raise. So we'll keep an eye on her. We'll keep it. Great. Isn't it cute? I think you're right. I think because they're sick, they're making mistakes. I think that's what's happening. Yeah, finding someone that's loyal and strong immune system is like perfect. But is that possible? But doesn't get sick. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, taking 2 sick days, crazy. Rewind. So if she forgives late fees, is that the same as paying her 60? True. Well, it's going to be multiple late fees. If she keeps doing... She might be doing it because she's sick. That's what I'm not sure about. Maybe she's doing it because she's like, well, I'm sick, so... You know? Only if the amount she lets slide makes a difference. Yes. We have to see if she does it again. We should just watch her. We should just watch.
Ooh.
Maybe she'd be sick less. Yeah, true. Although I will say, the first person that I had, I let her have a sick day, and then she kept coming in every day, and I was sick, and I kept letting her go home. And then the third time, I was like, "You need to work." Oh. And then she quit. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna watch her check out everyone. Hello, sir. What?
Oh.
I'm going to be a micromanager. One moment. Hello. I'm a very nice boss. But I would hate someone doing this to me. But we can't lose money, babe. You have to charge them the 20 fee. Keeping my sailor oiled up, hey? Great. Great title. Great title. Exactly, Pixel. Exactly. Do you still pay them when they get home sick? Good question. We should check that out.
Oh.
Donald. Some beers, hey? Yeah, nice. My biscuit, her desire. Very nice. Hello. How are you, Sophia? Yeah? Good. Popcorn. You sure you need that? I'm kidding. Yeah. I hope the family's well. Yeah, we're still training her. Yeah. Alright. Good. Who's next? Where is she? I'll do it. How are you, ma'am? Thank you, doll. Ridiculous. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Here you go, doll.
Oh.
You heard of plumbing? True. Yeah, what does she fuck up with in the returns? I think I like the space to do the returns so I can like do other stuff around the place, but oh, you're back. Good. Thank you. Do your job. Go on, doll.
Hey.
Yep. Hi, doll. Yep.
Whoa.
Surely I'll catch her. I don't want to be like this, guys. I want to be a leader. I don't want to be a boss. But we've had a bloody time with these employees. I know. Hi, Ava. Yeah, good one. Xenocat's good. Yeah. Yeah. We do have some snacks. Nope. Okay, that's fine. All right, I'll see you in a couple days. Don't be late. Yes. A good movie to rent, sure. Give me a moment. Enjoy this stall.
Wow.
We have snacks by the front. All right. Wally's here. Hate the bastard. Yep, get the money. Yep. Yep, give the change. Yep. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Grace. We try to upsell the snacks 3 times a transaction. Okay, so you gotta try and upsell it. Okay. Hello, sweetheart. A horror. Sure, doll. Ooh, what are you gonna do about it? You have to pay the fee. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. I'll give you a good horror movie, doll.
Ooh.
Yep, enjoy. Wally, I don't know why he's here. Hey, doll, getting a snack. One moment. Do your fucking job. Alright, I'm gonna get the porn, guys. Give me a second. Hello, what do you got for me today? Elephant Temptation, a classic. A Templar, My Templar, A Woman's Fantasy. The Biscuit Wingman. Yeah, we'll take these, doll. We'll take these. Thank you so much. Amazing. Oh, she needs me. At least she's asking me the question. That's good. One moment, guys. What seems to be the problem? Oh, you're fine. Okay.
Yep, no, you're good. You're good. Did you upsell the confectionery? Hello, sir. Science fiction. Yeah, all right. This is a classic. Enjoy. Hi, Henry. How are you, doll? 2 sodas? All right, sure. Thank you so much, darling. Hello. Hey, Gabe. Yeah, we just got those chocolate bars in. Yep, they're really nice. Thank you so much. Abby, it's going crazy right now. Going crazy. Grace back for more dough. Hi, Gay. Happy Pride Month. Foot temptation and my sweet and tasty infection. Delicious. Thank you, Gracie. It's that, it's the boomer manager. Hi, Emily. What are you getting? That's good. That's a good one. You know what I'm going to do next time I play this game? I'm going to get a lanyard full of keys and a cardigan. Wait, where's a cardigan? Wait, give me a second. No, put it back on the shelf. No, you need... One second. Sorry, guys. Did you upsell for the confectionery? You didn't? Right. One moment. We need to do that. Alright? Because if you're not making money, babe, I'm not making money and I can't pay you. So, think about it. Yes, hello? You called us. Of course we sell DVDs. Well, VHS. We're getting Shrek on DVD. Yeah. Maybe in a couple years. Alright, doll. Thank you so much. I hate... This is a bad get up. This is like clashing right now. It's clashing. It is 10 p.m. Alright, I'm gonna close up. You can go, but you can't be sick tomorrow. You can't be sick. Turn off the television. Alright? I'm gonna close up. Guys, I tell you, people say it's easy being a store manager. It's not. One sec, gotta find the key. It's not. Yeah, the realtor with the... I would do a great impression of you going to an open home. Or like a rental opening where they're just like, they're fucking over it. I love roleplay so much. Way too much. And you ask any question, they have no idea the answer. Exactly. If they don't... I'm telling you. Hello, sweetheart. Get straight to work. Clock in. If she is sick again, I will have to fire her. If I don't see her in a couple seconds, I don't... Oh, good. Good. Yeah, she's been struggling a little bit. Yeah, not exactly right. Not charging fees. And I don't think she understands it's the real world. So what I mean by that is she gets a salary, you know, and as the entrepreneur, I don't. And I need you to work. If you're not working, what do I get? You know what I mean? We can't run the establishment. Exactly. I'll see you later. It's no true, Abby. You are the toughest soldier. Like, I will never get over my 10 years of retail. Was it 10 or 6? 10. 10. All's left is having an extra large Dunkin' Colber with exactly. Hi, CD. Little surprise in your DMs. What's in the DMs though? What is that, CD? What is it? What is it gonna be? What is it about? And she abuses your free rental perks. Exactly. I can't believe the capitalism has gotten to you. Okay, stream safe.
I walked into the bathroom. My hair's... I fell asleep with it in a ponytail. And, Potter.
Wait, I kind of like that, CD. Doll, I kind of like that. You should cut it like that.
I walked into the bathroom. My hair's... I fell asleep with it in a ponytail. And, Potter. I'm fucking Severus Snape right now.
I love your fuck-ass bob, doll. That's really nice. No, I like that. You know what? Here's what I think. Now, give me a second, Hannah. So, I'm gonna want no mistakes today, guys. Hi, Eva, sweetie. Because if she does, we've had sick days, we've had mistakes, she's not charging people, we're gonna have to let her go. And trust me, I like Hannah, she's really lovely. But if you can't do your job, lovely's not good enough. Lovely's not gonna keep the lights on, right? So we're gonna have to, she's on a PIP. So she's on a performance improvement plan. We'll see where she takes it. So we'll give her a crack. Yep. We are a family here, exactly right. And we do pizza parties once a month, and that's one slice per employee. So I think it's fair. All right, so we're going to start now. I will be, yes. So I will be shadowing you a lot today, baby. But it's only because we're family. So that's right. So we want to charge fees. Good. Yeah. Do you know why? You don't. Well, if someone breaks a tape, we are out of product. Yeah, exactly right. So we need to charge them to replace the tape. Okay? And exactly right. So if you don't charge them, it's coming out of your wage. All right. Great. Jeffy, that'd be so funny.
Hey.
Hello, sweetheart. New release? Yeah, open your fucking eyes, sweetheart. Oh, my bad. My bad. They are usually here. Let me go get you it. One moment. Sorry. Awkward. One moment. There you go, darling. There you go. Oh. thought you had 2 new releases in your basket, darling. No worries. So you know how the customer's always right? That means we're always wrong. Yeah, and you know, I wouldn't be a leader if I wasn't honest with you and saying I just messed up. But I am the leader. I can mess up more. So make sure we're charging fees. Hey, darling. Thank you. Hello, sweetheart. What do you need? A bad Christmas movie? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Thank you. Well, someone has to do work here. And it's not Hannah. I'm joking, sweetie. Okay. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna do these. I did this for a decade before I became supervisor, doll. I can do this with my eyes closed. Check this out. You know, basically. Yeah. So we're going to put these on the new release. If I catch her not selling fees again, doll. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
I'll put it away, doll.
Princess05 just subscribed.
Thank you
Carl's
for 41.
Gritty.
Okay, just checking she's doing a job. Yes, darling. A bad movie? Yay! Sure, doll. I know just the thing. On the next episode of Horrible Bosses. I'm just channeling all my bad bosses in one, honestly. Just one. Just one, Thomas. What happened to the 3? Okay. How are we going, Hannah? We going good? It's good, sweetheart. All right. Hi, Sue. How are you, doll? Yeah, the kids are back to school. Yep. Yeah. Thank you, sweetheart. I'll see you next time. How are you finding today? Less mistakes today, which is good. That's very good. Maybe the pip is working for you. Alright, I'll get back to work. I'll get back to work, sweetheart. Okay. No, I'm very happy with Hannah. She seems like she's doing better. But she is on her last leg. And I don't want to be that horrible boss, but, you know. Yeah, look. She's lovely. She's a lovely girl. But lovely doesn't pay the bills. So we just have to keep an eye on her. Corporate, you know, head of office called and they're really happy with my work, obviously. But they're a bit worried about Hannah Banana, so we call her there up at in corporate. They love her. They love her. Bad Dreams on Mel Road. Let me check the back, Joel. Look, if I do catch her again not doing her job, we will have to terminate. Do I want to do that? No, I'm not a bad person. She's very lovely, but you know, I gotta trust my employees, and you know, some days I can't. 1 second. Hi, Jackson. Yeah. Space Toadstool Tactics. Yeah, one of my favorites. Yeah, so, you want to get to know the customers and, you know, you want to know their plan, their trials, their tribulations. Are they married? Are they single? Cat, dog, bird, gooner, no gooner, all that stuff. One moment, sweetie. Let me check if there's any... Ring Ryan up, please, doll. Did he have any... Alright, good. Yes, hello? Yeah, no worries. The Devil's Doll, that's been very popular lately, actually. Chris Lilly character. Yep. I'll be here, sweetie. I'm watching you, Wazowski. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hi, sweetheart. Ooh. Soda and... One moment! Oh, heavens to Bitsy! Oh! Oh! Hannah, keep working, doll, but someone just got abducted. Oh. Oh. Goodness. Oh. Did I miss it on the calendar, doll? Oh. Oh, Hannah, get behind the... Oh, we just lost someone. That means they're not going to return my DVDs. Oh, one moment. Oh, I'm stressed out. This must be corporate. What the hell? Oh my God. Hello, sweetheart. Yep, I've got it for you, you little freak. There you go. Great. Oh my God. Well, he better pay the late fee. Where is he, Joe? Oh, Hein, honestly. Yeah, exactly right. That's what I said. Oh, goodness gracious me. I'm going to tell corporate about that. They're not going to believe me. Hi, Tom. Yeah. Some chips and a soda with that. Oh, you slag. Yeah. You have to have a relationship with your customers. They have to trust you. And I think I do. I think I do a good job at that. That abduction's not good, but thank God we have double swirl hag. DOS back on the shelf. Really good work today, Hannah. Let's keep that up. Yeah, exactly, Abby. Here's the thing. Hannah has a bit of a habit where she feels sick. And I understand that. We're human. But, you know, she kind of had a bit of a habit of calling in sick every day. Right? And while it is flu season, you should have stopped the abduction. Yeah. How much money did we make today, sweetie? Tell mummy. $171? We usually have 33 customers. My Hannah took 3 sick days, then 4th and asked for a raise. Yep, that sounds about right. That's what mine kept doing. There's no upsells, guys. You naughty boy.
Jeffy Cakes has gifted a sub to Hannah.
Jeffy. Thank you for that. Fuck. She's going to be distracted on Twitch now, but you know what? Hey. Maybe this will get her working. Let's see. Hi, sweetie. Clock on. Big day. New release day. Good morning. If she's fucking sick. Kyle, I am sweet. I am diligent. I am fit. Oh. Here we go. Like clockwork. Like clockwork. Hannah, sweetie, what is it? Can't even look at me. Hannah, sweetie, it's new release day. If you're sick, you tell me the night before. You have to stay in. You quit? Well, good riddance. We wanted you gone too. See you later, Stinky. And by the way, you left skitties in the toilet. I'm over it. I'm bloody over it. Oh, I need a bloody cigarette. I'm over it. Who else do we have? I'm just truly disgusted. I'm gonna hire Maya and yell at her to work faster because she's average, which is fine. I can be average in areas too. For example, I care too much. And I work too hard. So I get that. I might have to give her a bit of, hey, work faster, because it is new release day. So we'll see what you do there. We are dropping like flies right now. Hello, sweetie. Yep. All right. Hi, G-Rod Dolly. Thick skin like my kyak. I really am upset because I kind of miss Hannah. Hi, Fee. How are you, doll? I kind of miss her, which I don't like. Jumbo Manhunt. Hi, sweetie. Yep, punch in. I want you to work at the checkout. Thanks, sweetie.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Psy_N just subscribed.
Ren, thank you so much, doll. How are you, sweet? Thank you for 9. Oh my god. I appreciate that. Thank you. How are ya? Texas, remember, it's all the X's. Alright, we gotta put this on. Hi, sweetie. I won't fire you, sweetie. Give me a second. Yep, I can do that. Way! Yippee! Fee, how's recovery going? That's my absolute go. Thank you for the belated birthday wishes as well. We're really doing it. We're 30.
Oh. Hey.
Kaylin, hello. How are you? You headed there actually? Oh, thank you so much, doll. Hello, doll. Thank you, sweet.
Oh.
Hello, sweetie. Yep, thank you so much. Hello, baby. Yep. Wally, how are you, doll? Comedy movies? Yeah, I got a couple. Here you go, doll.
Ooh.
Yep, very nice. Working very fast there, doll. Thank you, sweetheart. All right. Grand opening. Whoopsies. I haven't changed the flyers. I'm just so much on. What the hell? Sorry about the belly button, doll. Hopefully, no more infection, please. We've got a video store to run. Of course, G-Rod. Yeah, I'd help you out. Got all the pawns coming back. Yep, you're doing great, sweetie. Thank you so much. She's gonna call in sick tomorrow, I feel it. And we'll keep hiring, I guess. We gotta do what we gotta do. We'll do what we gotta do. Doing great, sweetie. Oh, the possibilities. Get sick the next day. So, I'm kind of feeling sick. Thank you, doll. One moment. Gotta do everything around here, guys. Hi, sweetie. What's up? Happy Skull? Okay. Here you go, doll.
Oh.
Go to the bathroom. All right. We've been open for like 10 minutes. All good? Yep. No worries. I'll keep working. I haven't been to the toilet yet. I'll keep working though. All good. Got your back. All good, sweetie. All right. That was actually a very quick bathroom back, Maya. Thank you so much. The gangster's family tree. Yep. All good. Hopefully we have more customers today. We had barely any. Oh, this new release should beef us up. Beef, if you will. Beef us up a little bit. Huh? Was it a man? What the hell? What the helly? Where's my biscuit? Why aren't we making money? What the hell? Oh, okay. It wasn't like a piece of shit. Okay. Sorry, I'm with you now. I'm with you. Not me ready to be defensive as hell. Well, I bloody hope so, doll. It's a shame that so many people go through that. But I bloody hope not. No. You're fine, babe. I was just ready to big sister it up, you know? Me, yeah, Jaren ready with a gun. We're all ready. But I mean, no faults, doll. No faults. You're fine. We're just ready to, kill someone. Fear the milk carton. We ride at dawn. We ride. Let me turn off my Raiderino. Because I'm going to behave soon. Oh my god, John. Lucky for you, I don't want to. Hello, doll.
Yes, hello, Carla, this is corporate. Thank you for taking our call so last minute. I won't take up too much of your time. We'd like to schedule a meeting sometime soon to discuss the turnover rate of your employees. We just want to make sure they've been receiving the proper training and management and that all firings have been reasonable and within company policies. Thank you, doll.
Yeah, why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be taken care of, doll? 1 second, the porn guy's here. What do you have for me, doll? The sofa beyond the rainbow? Soaking my car? Yeah. And officer, let my biscuit go. Thank you, doll. Ray, I should be gone soon. But you know how this happens sometimes. You know how I get. Hi, doll. What do you want? Yeah. See those glasses? Take them off, sweetie. Right here. No worries. Right there. A comedy movie in mind. My life. I'm kidding. Let me grab that for you. No worries. Wow. Thank you. Okay. Take them off, sweetie. Turn around. Or was that Carla? I think the call got fuzzy. Listen. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. John, thank you though for the biddies. I really appreciate that. That's huge. That's going straight in my basket. Thank you, doll. That's super kind. But I swear I'm taking care of them. Yep. Listen. Caitlin! Thank you, doll. Alright, simmer down, please, doll. That is very sweet. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, doll. Jesus Christ. Cheese and crackers. Alright, we have a Christmas movie. We have some more science fiction. That's fantasy, my bad. More Chrissy. More fantasy. Put Xeno back on here. Bit quiet today, isn't it, doll? Oh, we're closed. How much did we make today? 256. Interesting, we made more money when dead weight was fired. Interesting. Coincidence? I think not. Quit, babes. Pixie. This is a really good sim game. I can't take the credit for this game because it is that easy. Candy dispenser! If she's fucking sick, I'm going to spew all over the floor with hatred. I'm so over people being sick in winter. I'm not sick. You haven't seen me once be sick. I'm over it. Hello, sweetie. Good morning. Yeah, another day, another dollar. Yeah, exactly right. I love her. She's just a breath of fresh air. All right, let's get some candy. All right.
I'm not feeling very warm.
Delicious. What is it? I will give her this pay rise. But if she's sick tomorrow or she asks for another one, hello. Yep. Bailey, I agree. A faster guy for the same price. We might have to. We might have to. I am stressed. Corporate is going to be banging on my door any second now. Don't you me, girl. I'm over it. I'm bloody over it. I do bloody everything around here. People asking for raises, like I'm not making a single cent. Yes, please, ma'am.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. God, not a good day for us, guys.
Hey.
One moment, please, ma'am. Oh. 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 Comedies, bloody comedies. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, alright. There you go, John.
Ah.
G-Rod, I agree. It's a cat with a cowboy hat and a lasso. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I thought it was appropriate. His massive shroom strikes again. I'm glad people return the pawn in a timely manner.
I can take your mans if I want to. But lucky for you, I don't want to.
Hello again, Carla, corporate here. I'll just cut to the chase here. You did not consult us about your employees' pay raise. Not only that, but a whole $14 feels excessive. We will talk internally about next steps. We may have to take that money from your wages.
I don't earn anything. I make $0. Oh, she's gonna pay. Oh, great. Oh, guys, we're screwed.
Oh.
How am I gonna pay rent? Oh. Thank you, John.
Ooh.
The biddies are quite nice. The news, not so much. That's for the store. Miss? I put that straight back. That's buying new releases. That's paying all the employees. I'm not getting a cent of that, doll. I'm not seeing a cent. I swear. I have to renovate the store in a second. That's coming straight out of the store funds. I wish I could say that's my money. Bloody wish I could say that. I'm doing 5 jobs. I'm rewinding the tapes. I'm a leader. I'm restocking everything. I'm... Oh.
Naughty boy.
Oh.
Jeffy Cakes has gifted a sub to Tracy Grimshaw.
Oh. Jeffy. You know what? Call Tracy. I would love to see what she thinks about this kerfuffle. I would love. They would eat this up. And I would be in the right, not the wrong. Thank you, doll, for the gifted sub, though. That's very sweet. That is very sweet. Thank you. But I'm not doing anything. I'm a good guy. Look how hard I'm working. I'm on my feet. I have bunions.
Hi.
All I do is work hard for this family. Look how many keys I have. This is for the storage unit. This is for the entrance. This is for the staff room. And that's all. But it's a lot when you hear it. You can hear me coming down the street, though.
Ooh.
More than what she has. How many keys do you have? What's your name again? Maya, how many keys do you have? 0. What seems to be the problem? You're gonna have to pay for it, sweetie. You broke it. You broke it. You bought it. Thank you for asking me, darling. Sully. Yeah. You're right. Yep, never been sick. Never asked for a raise. You know why? I don't make any money off this bloody job. I just do it for the love of the game and the love of film. Gonna have to ask Maya if I can move in with her. I can't afford my rent. I'm just busy working to bring this community films. Thank you for saying something, David. Someone had to. Reserve, you dirty slut. Who's reserving that? Action movie? There you go, doll. Hello? Yeah, you can buy some posters, doll. Take it off my hands.
To me? Well, I never.
Hello and welcome back to CNN. This is Conrad Collins. I'm coming here with some breaking news. Former employee of Daddy's favorite VHS named Hannah is speaking out her former boss, saying that she forced her to work while sick, as well as looking down her chest. Also reports of calling her a see you next Tuesday.
Never happened.
More at 11.
Never happened.
This is Conrad Collins, thank you.
Conrad, you're a piece of shit. That never happened. Thank you, Kyle, for the biddies, though. But that never happened. Hello, Mikey. How are you, doll? Hello, sweetie. I do appreciate the bits, but I don't appreciate the misinformation. Kyle, I need to level with you. I may have forgotten to rewind Pussy Tossin number 4. I'm really sorry. Alright. I just saw on the telly. Who's Connie doll? I don't remember who that is. They must have done something wrong. What do you want, babe?
Oh.
Thank you. All right. From you saying that never happened, Connie is a piece of shit. Oh. Well, I'm guessing Connie was, because I've forgotten who Connie is. David, I would never do that. It must have been a misinformation and misunderstanding. Kel, isn't it so good? It's so, so good. I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. Maya. We gotta go home, baby. Come on. More efficient. Yep. Good, good, sweetie. Why are we still open?
Hi.
Hello. You're right, honey. Snacks look empty. And who's doing it? Me. No one else.
Ooh.
Great. Yeah, the incredibly loud keys. Oh, wait, we have a hype train? Thanks, doll. Sorry, I'm too into this, this game. That was really good, sweetie. We're gonna fucking close now. How much? Great work. 588. Mummy has a bottle of wine in Bridgerton to watch.
For me? Well,
I know.
Hello, is this Carla? My name is Cornelius VHS Barnsworth, founder of Daddy's Far VHS. I've heard some talk among corporate about some silly issues they've had with your performance, and I just wanted to say you're doing a great job. The store's sales are mint and you have the fattest ass of any of my employees. I'm sure you'll keep that comment between us. Anyways, you have my support and protection for any issues that may come up. Your employment is safe.
Thank you for the sub. Perfect.
Put your ass away, child!
Guys, we're so back.
Oh Lord, she come in just subscribe.
See, thank you, doll.
Carl's flowers.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, John, as well for the biddies. Not the corporate hype train. Yeah, Jelly Melon sounds quite nice. Oh, you're working. Good, thank you. Yes, we do have a cuck chair in the corner. Cornelius is here for founder with benefits. Exactly. FWB. Yeah.
Hi.
Moxie.
I'll do a little dancey dance.
A little dancey dance for you.
Hi.
Do a little dancey dance for you. Moxie saving the train, doll. With literal 0 seconds on the clock. Just what I needed after a bad day at work, doll, at the video store. No, but seriously, that's really nice. Thank you. Wow. How'd you save that train? That's kind of impressive. Thank you so much. That's really, 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 really kind. Oh my god. Thank you, doll. And I would like a dancey dance for you. Oh, Scarlet Yaguna. Love that for you, sweetie. Enjoy. Oh, reserved. Alright. Hi, Floppy. I will be going soonish, but I'm still here for now. Me too, local. Such a good game. So good.
For me?
Caitlin.
Corporate sends their regards, Cat Bleb.
Well, I'm glad they do. Can you ask them to bloody pay me, doll? They haven't paid me a cent since I started working years ago. Bloody hell. Thank you for the biddies, doll. So there was a big lawsuit with the creator of Friday the 13th and the people who make the game. And they just couldn't survive it. So they decided to not update the game anymore. And they got to the point where you could still play it, but there was no updates. And then they decided to fully shut it down, so you can't buy it anymore. I think you can still do a custom game, maybe? Maybe? But you can't play online, I don't think, right? You can't, yeah, I think it's shut, like the servers are fully dead. So, yeah. Oh, nice, local. I wish they came back. Oh, Hein, listen. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Moxie. Thank you, everyone, for the hype train as well. I really, 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 really appreciate it. Thank you. You cheeky, bloody cheeky doll. You're all Daddy's favorite. Remember that. I'm Daddy.
Hey.
One sec, sweetie. Mummy's doing her job. I'm going to put some of these on sale. We have a lot of Xenocat. Yeah, true, local. True. Jules, tell me things. Daddy's favorite. Hello, sweetheart. Scary lady flip you. Ooh. Ooh. All right. I'm gonna tell her to work faster, I think. Oh, that's a kid one. Sorry, doll. Oh, no adults. Jules, what doll? One moment. There you go, doll. What am I doing? Oh yeah, let's work. Oh, no, sorry, honey. Can you work faster, babe? Thanks. I won't fire you, but let's speed things up. Alright.
Hi.
Hi. Well, I just look how fast I'm going, doll. We need to work together as a team. And a reminder, I'm not getting paid. You know? So let's work together. One second. Where is she? What the hell? That was a quick bathroom break. I'll give it to her. I'll give it. She was quick for once. God, next week's gonna be crazy. I guess I could play this. I wanted to do some DBD though. If I end up doing a bonus stream tomorrow, it will either be DBD or this or both. But I could save this for next week as well. We have a lot coming. Next week's gonna be huge. Bloody huge. Hello, doll. Yoink. I vote this. I'll see what I'm craving. Be a horrible boss to your store employees instead. Yeah, I should probably like go soon today for many reasons. The first reason is I'm about to run out of things. That would be cool, local. They'll need to add more stuff because people will cap out at this game and be like, I want more. I wonder if they've already planned for that, but they were testing the waters first. That'll be interesting to see. I should skedaddle soon to save, because I mean it would be smart for me to save this for early next week so we have something to look forward to, because again, you're right, we're about to cap out of the game. This isn't the demo, this is the full release. But I think they've had great success. Let's have a look quickly. I think they've had really good success, so surely they'll offer like, hey guys, DLC's coming soon. That's pretty good. It seems like they're... Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, it seems like they're doing well. They have nearly 1,000 positive reviews. So maybe they'll be like, hey guys, update soon. How fast did they update Water Park Sim when it came out? Pretty quick, right? I know, Stealthy, I agree. I think they will. I think they were testing the waters for the release to see how everyone feels about it. And then, or at least I'm hoping that's what they did. I think Water Park Sim did that. They were kind of feeling it out and they went, okay, we're working on it. But, hi. Surely co-op soon. Horror. There you go, Dom. At least
I have faith. I feel like something good's gonna happen. I feel like they probably anticipated it, but not as much, and they went, okay, we're gonna need to add more stuff. They probably have stuff ready to push out. They're gonna need to push out more content in like a week or two, because people will play this to filth and then have nothing else. I mean, I'm still happy to run it, because you still have all of this stuff, you know? So that's good. But good question. Now I think a few streamers had beta, so they probably played the beta, and then word spread, and then wish list spread. I think Steam gave me a little push, and then also I always see it on socials. Someone talk, like people already talk. People talk about up and coming games for their job, so I think it just spreads like wildfire. Because someone made a post about it on Twitter, saying like, they made a joke about how, why do people want to play a game about making minimum wage or something, and that alone had like 100k likes, and then everyone in the comments were like, it's a good game, like it's a bit of fun, simulators are cool. And so it's like stuff like that that explodes, and people are curious and they click on it and they wishlist it. All right, we're gonna do this now. I'm not gonna do anything today. I'm gonna save that for next stream. Wow. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have so much to do next stream. Honestly, I think next stream, where I'm just playing this, will unlock all of this. Emily, exactly. Hi, oh. Sorry. Hi, Nick. How are you, doll? Sorry. You can rent a horror, babe. We also have some... We have the Porner here. This is my favorite double swirl hag. Let me know. How are you, doll? Porn room for sure. I think this smaller room, hear me out, will end up being the porn room. Because look. Why is it so small? Maybe it will give us a beaded curtain. I'm just saying. Okay, I will. Oh my god, 7 hours. Guys, I said this morning, I was like, guys, I'm not doing a long stream today. What the hell? Great. Short stream today. I had fun. No regrets. Regrets? No regrets. Sorry. I had the best time. Sometimes you have to say fuck it. And you have to do it. 7 hour short stream. Ooh. Ah, cap. I was going to, Chris. I was. And then time went on with this bloody game. Fine. I see how it is. But it's okay. I did 8 hours yesterday. And then 7 hours today. Whoopsies. This is my 10th stream straight, actually. I've low-key been popping off. It's pronounced regrets. Exactly. Tomorrow, guys, I might do a bonus. If I do, it'll be afternoon. So I'll either start 10 p.m. Eastern or like 12 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be a late one because I'm seeing mum in the morning. When's your 10th stream, gay? Happy Pride Month. Anyway, thank you for today, guys. We had games with Gran. That was really fun. Oh my god, holy shit. And then we've been playing this for 3.5 hours. Whoopsies. We're gonna raid Brian. Thank you so much for stopping by, guys. Nick, hi, bye. If you just came in, I'm really sorry. I wanna
give my brain a bit of a rest because I've been spamming this game and we're about to run out of things to do. We gotta chill. But I love you guys. I'll probably see you tomorrow. David, you got this. You got this. I believe. Imagine if I was like, nah, let's just do another 30. Nah, I gotta be good. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. And then if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you US Sunday, okay? Which is Monday Australian. But I'll see you soon. Bye, guys. Take care of yourself. And thank you so much for all the support. I really, really appreciate it. You're my guy.